vào server thằng yêu nó để check xem thằng yêu nó nhắn tin với con nào không. Cái vờ nó không biết, nick người yêu nó cũng không biết, nó đòi hỏi quá nhiều từ mình. Mày à. Chạy đi cái rồi mình ngồi pin nhé. Ăn này ngu vậy. Nhưng mà hỏi cái gì em không biết. Bạn phải có tiếng ngu hả? Mạng ngu mà mình không trích được comment. Một cái nhá đây được không? Bắt còn đéo đọc được cả tin nhắn messenger ạ. một xem phim rất là chill thật sự. Chỉ cần như thế. đưa chúng mày lôi tao vào làm giáo như vậy. mệt ý, khổ cái đấy. Đây thì bơ là và thì mẹ bạn bảo là thằng yêu nó hay nhắn tin Discord thì mẹ stuck đi thì đéo yêu gì đây, người yêu nó đéo hay dùng Discord mà nó stuck làm cái lồn gì. Xem thằng yêu con nhắn tin với con nào trên Discord không, mẹ mày khổ thì bye rồi. đéo rep nữa. Mấy năm lại block nó vì nó nhắn tin hỏi mẹ mình giúp nó setup người yêu nó hộ, mệt mỏi quá ấy. Là 2 ngày nữa, không, 3 ngày nữa, 21 đó. Mình còn ở với các bạn được 2 tuần nữa cơ. Hai tuần nữa rồi ta sẽ đi. Có xem tập mấy, tập 6 đúng không? Mở tập 7 sẵn. cần mang máy tính vào để làm tí gọi là vlog 30 phút mỗi ngày. Ngày một đi quân sự không? Mỗi ngày chắc 30 phút là nhiều. Fan chuyển khoản trước rồi làm nhá. Chuyển khoản trước. Đang gọi hai mình vào một lúc thích mình chưa có thời gian đứng dậy, đang bị chạy nốt nữa, xong rồi mình mở phim lên mình theo mình làm. Có đến stream không? Này xem tiếp phim à? Đấy nha anh. Hôm qua em có xem không? Hôm qua anh thấy anh vừa out là em out, tức là em còn thức đến tầm giờ đấy, không biết là em có xem không? Em chứ anh ấy hả? Ra vậy, ra là có xem. Mình nhắn tin gì thì không xem. Ok, vô phim rồi. Đến với Hannibal.
Previously on Hannibal.
Reason you've kept failing to capture the Chesapeake River? So I already had him.
I see the river, but I don't feel the river.
Frankly, the line is not in the room.
He's eating them. The real Chesapeake Ripper is going to make sure everybody knows it.
I don't think we've ever been alone in a room together, have we? My name is Miriam Lass. I'm actually just a trainee.
She's a very brave young woman.
Miriam, I don't want to die like this.
Chesapeake Ripper kills in sounders of 3. He did his first victims in 9 days. Annapolis, Essex, Baltimore. He didn't kill again for 18 months, and there was another sounder of 3 in as many days, all of them in Baltimore. I use the term sounders because it refers to a small group of pigs. That's how he sees his victims, not as people, not as prey. Pigs. 11 months after the 6th victim, there was a 7th. 2 days later, the 8th is killed in his workshop. Every tool on the pegboard where they hung was used against him, and as with previous murders, organs were removed. The removal of organs and abdominal mutilations means someone with anatomical or surgical know-how. There is a distinctive brutality. An FBI trainee named Miriam Lass was investigating private medical records of all the known victims when she disappeared. She's believed to be the Ripper's 9th, but no trace of her was found until recently. 2 years later, when her severed arm was discovered, only because he wanted it to be. True to his established pattern, the Chesapeake Ripper has remained consistently theatrical.
It's been too long since you properly cooked for us, Hannibal.
Come over and I will cook for you.
I said properly means dinner and the show. Have you seen him cook? It's an entire performance. He used to throw such exquisite dinner parties. You heard me. Used to.
And I will again, once inspiration strikes. I cannot force a feast. The feast must present itself.
It's a dinner party, not a unicorn.
Oh, but the feast is life. You put the life in your belly and you live.
I believe this young man is trying to get your attention.
Hello.
Hi, so good to see you. This is my friend Tobias.
Good evening.
How do you two know each other?
There should remain some mystery to my life outside the opera.
I'm one of his patients.
Oh.
Did you enjoy the performance?
I did. I loved it every minute.
His eyes kept wandering. More interested in you than what was happening on stage.
Oh, don't say too much. You must leave something for us to discuss next week. Franklin, good to see you.
You too.
Class? Who's hungry?
Ý là bên ông kia trong phim thôi.
Hello? The victim was found in a hotel room bathtub. There were abdominal mutilations and organ removal on the scene.
Sounds more like an urban legend than a Chesapeake Ripper, no?
I've had the room sealed. You'll get it fresh.
Fresh? Fresh as a daisy?
Fresh enough for you to tell me whether or not it's the Ripper. Then you can go back to class.
Oh, you don't want me in a classroom. You want me to wrap my head so tight around the Ripper I won't go back to class until he's caught.
You're bad luck and you're the best, pal.
Expecting another couple of bodies after this one?
If it's the Ripper, yes, I am.
Don't let the Ripper stir you up. The reason he left you Miriam Lass's arm is so he could poke you with it.
And why not the rest of her?
His other victims? He wanted to humiliate in death, like a public dissection. She was different.
He's probably impressed that she was able to find him. He may be starting another cycle, Will.
The Ripper contacted you directly. If he was killing again, he wouldn't be subtle about it. He would just pick up the phone. Any more phone calls, Jack?
No. Look, if this is the Ripper, there'll be at least 2 more bodies, and then nothing for months, maybe a year. We'll have a window of opportunity to catch him, and that window will close. The last time the window closed, I lost the Ripper and I lost Miriam Lass. I don't intend to do that again. Has anyone touched the body?
Once local police behave themselves.
It's fairly evident the man's dead just by looking at him.
I touched the body. A lot going on with that body. Surgery was performed and then unperformed.
Surgery was unperformed with bare hands, sutures clawed open. And I also did a little bit of touching.
Pieces of him were torn off from the bed to the bathroom, like breadcrumbs.
Surgery wasn't performed here, there'd be a lot more blood.
If he's moving his victims, he could be performing the mutilations in the same transport.
Find the car, find the killer.
He tore open his own sutures.
It wasn't to get to his kidney. The Ripper already took it with him. Or her.
I'd say him.
What did he take out of the chest?
Going for the heart, probably interrupted. It's intact. Traumatized, but it's intact.
T9.pro, nền tảng trò chơi ưu việt nhất cho mọi khách hàng.
9 tỷ.
150k miễn phí.
Everybody up.
struggle indicate he's suffering from a severe, violent emergence from deep sedation.
His heart seizes up. I open his chest wall. I spread the ribs. I take his heart in my hand. Internal cardiac massage. Jack?
This wasn't brutal. The killer wasn't killing, he was trying to save his life. Ripper ever do that?
It's the Chesapeake Ripper.
It's not the Ripper.
There are too many similarities.
There aren't enough.
Knife wounds are cuts, not stabs. Anatomical knowledge, dissection skills, mutilation, organs removed, victim clothed, on display. We got 22 signature components, all attributable to the same killer.
22 possible signature components.
It's the Ripper.
Are you sure?
More or less.
Tell me why you're sure.
The Ripper left the victim in a church pew using his tongue as a page marker in the Bible he was holding. This isn't that. This is a medical student or a trainee or someone trying to make an extra buck in a back alley surgery, and it went bad. And actively bad. Go catch the Ripper. Eventually.
Yeah, well, I want to catch him now. When I do, you're not going to get a chance to shoot him. Because I'm going to do that.
You can't just jack up the law and get underneath it, can't I?
Tell me how you see the Ripper, Will.
I see him as one of those pitiful things, sometimes born in hospitals. They feed it, keep it warm, but they don't put it on the machines. They let it die. But he doesn't die. He looks normal. Nobody can tell what he is.
Good morning. Please come in. Would you like to discuss our chance encounter?
It wasn't altogether by chance. I kind of thought you'd be there, which isn't why I was there. I was there because I like that sort of thing. It just occurred to me that you might like it too.
In fact, I do.
I tried to get your attention.
I was aware of that.
I knew that you were aware, even though you were pretending that you weren't.
It would be unethical to approach a patient or acknowledge in any way our relationship outside this room until that patient gives consent.
But I really don't know who you are outside this room.
I'm your psychiatrist.
I want you to be my friend.
Of course you do. I have intimate knowledge of you.
And we like the same things. I think that we would make good friends. It makes me sad that I have to pay to see you.
I am a source of stability and clarity, Franklin. I'm not your friend.
Great friend. I was listening to Michael Jackson last night, and I burst into tears, and my eyes are burning right now just thinking about it. You know what I think is the saddest thing about him dying is that I will never get to meet him. And I feel like if I was his friend, that I would have been able to help save him from himself.
In this Michael Jackson fantasy, how was your friendship returned?
I just get to touch greatness.
Hello. Come on in. This always goes better if I'm perfectly honest with you.
What would be the point otherwise?
Well, one of us has to be honest.
I'm honest.
Not perfectly.
As honest as anyone.
Not really. I have conversations with a version of you. And hope that the actual you gets what he needs.
Version of me.
Naturally, I respect its meticulous construction. But you are wearing a very well-tailored person suit.
Do you refer to me as person suit with your psychiatrist friends?
I don't discuss patients with my psychiatrist friends. Especially since I only have one patient who chose to ignore my retirement.
A patient who wears a person suit.
Maybe it's less of a person suit and more of a human veil. It must be lonely.
I have friends. And the opportunities for friends. You and I are friendly.
You are my patient and my colleague, not my friend. At the end of your hour, I will pour you a glass of wine. Nevertheless, you will be drinking it on the other side of the veil.
Why do you bother?
I see enough of you to see the truth of you. And I like you. Red or white?
I think something pink. Don't you? Good evening, Will. Please come in.
You've been drinking.
I had a glass of wine with my last appointment, yes.
Drinking with a patient?
She was drinking with a patient. I have an unconventional psychiatrist.
Well, we have that in common.
Am I your psychiatrist, or are we simply having conversations?
Yes, I think is the answer to that.
Then having a glass of wine before seeing a patient, I assure you, is very conventional. Especially for evening appointments.
How long have you been seeing a psychiatrist?
Since I chose to be a psychiatrist.
Thank you.
I read the Freddie Lounge article. Chesapeake River has struck again.
No. That is not the same guy.
Maybe it's never been the same guy.
Oh, what, now he has a friend?
Any variations in the murders that might suggest there could be more than one Ripper?
Some variations.
The victims were all brutalized. What was the brutalization hiding?
The careful surgical removal and preservation of vital organs.
Valuable organs.
Organ harvesting.
Jack's looking for a serial killer he can't seem to catch. It's a brilliant diversion.
It's an interesting theory. I'll keep it in mind if another body drops.
please do.
Any other infections?
You seem convinced I'm diseased.
I was asking a broader question. A disease is an infection. An infection isn't always a disease.
That is true.
You should just tell me now because I'm going to find out, and it will affect your insurance if you lie.
May I ask for your business card, please? For my records.
Bán rồi.
Chị cứ tiếp rồi anh quán thì người biết.
You need a hand?
I think I must have hit a rock or something. Got to my gas tank. Have we met before?
Found him in a school bus, sitting across the aisle from himself. Not only did the Ripper take his kidney, but he also took his heart, which, if you recall, is what he tried to do in the hotel, but was interrupted before he could paint his picture.
Ripper wasn't painting a picture in the hotel, someone else was.
You still think that he was ripping out a heart to save a life?
Yes, I do.
The Ripper painted this picture for sure, in big, broad strokes.
Both victims' organs have been harvested for transplant.
Subtle variation on waking up in a tub of ice, missing a kidney.
Love a good urban legend. You could put the organs on a ventilator long enough to coordinate the donation.
At the hotel, the victim's abdominal aorta and inferior vena cava, that's like the kidneys in and out for blood, were entirely removed.
They're like USB cables. You keep them intact for an easy reconnect.
Were Mr. Caldwell's heart and kidney disconnected for easy reconnect?
Yeah.
Other Ripper victims, organs and USB cables missing?
It's inconclusive due to the degree of mutilation, but yes, that is how the Ripper rips.
Two different killers, same agenda?
Is the organ harvester disguising his work as the crimes of a serial killer, or is the serial killer disguising his crimes as the work of an organ harvester?
The Chesapeake Ripper wants to perform. But every brutal choice has elegance, grace. His mutilations hide the true nature of his crimes.
I've been unspeakably rude. I haven't offered you a drink.
I appreciate beer more than wine.
It's not what you appreciate, it's that you appreciate. A compromise? Beer brewed in a wine barrel. 2 years, I bottle it myself.
I'm impressed.
Rồi.
Chưa đủ mì nhé.
Anh thua rồi.
Đừng có lâu.
Đúng không á?
Cabernet Sauvignon wine barrel.
I love your parrot.
Mình cho nó nhịp tập này không? Ồ, người ta không biết gì luôn.
I taste oak. What else do I taste in there?
I will only answer that yes or no.
Serving this at your dinner party?
Nope. This is your reserve.
My own private reserve. Why, thank you.
I'm curious about something. Are you purposely avoiding the subject of your grant?
Absolutely.
Not on my account, I don't. I'm happy to get your perspective.
No, it's on Jack Crawford's account. I don't want any information about Will that I shouldn't have as his friend.
Did Jack ask you to profile the Ripper?
Not since I consulted on the case with Miriam. before she disappeared.
Crawford's trainee.
Yeah.
We had the examining PhD candidates that week.
I'm ungrateful you were examining PhD students and not the Ripper. You realize those candidates thought we were having an affair? Why didn't you?
You were already having an affair. Will does that too, you know?
What? Have affairs?
Flirtatiously change the subject and have that pathology in common.
Oh, we just have you in common. I recall even before I met Will, you never spoke about him.
Probably because I just want everybody to leave him alone. It's not even about Will. Jack's obsessed with the Chesapeake Ripper and he's grooming all the captains.
And I sincerely hope he does.
Người không có con lửa anh Phương thuốc giống gì.
Có đâu, mẹ có phải ở đây thôi. Okay.
They're all missing different organs. Before, we were looking at waiting lists for a heart or a kidney. Now we're looking at hearts, kidneys, livers, stomachs, pancreases, lungs. This guy, he's missing a spleen. A spleen! Who the hell gets a spleen transplant?
Intestines are the only organ missing from this body?
Yes, right. So we're either looking for someone with short bowels or Ripper's making sausage.
He's selling these organs to someone.
We don't even know if he's transplanting them within the U.S. He could be exporting them to China. The Chinese have a cultural taboo that restricts voluntary donation. You gotta die with all your parts or you dishonor mommy and daddy. And you can still kill a guy for parts that doesn't break that taboo.
Má, cứ thế mà mình mở stream là chi? Hôm qua mình không mở stream mẹ đúng kiểu vắng khách luôn ý.
Okay. How many killers?
2.
You confident one of them is the Chesapeake Ripper?
At least one of them.
Good morning. Please come in.
I discovered that we are cheese folk. I saw you shopping for cheese. I didn't say hello because you were so uncomfortable the last time that I did.
This city is very small.
Yes. Jose's has the best selection of artisanal cheeses in Baltimore City or county. Cheese is my passion. You ever heard of tyromancy?
Divination by cheese.
It was my gateway to cheeses. It's like a magic 8-ball that you can eat. Tobias, he doesn't eat dairy.
Do you decide to buy a section?
No, God. No, no, not to be defensive. I just, don't get me wrong, I was in a fraternity. I tried things, you know. It's just not my brand.
You care deeply about Tobias. Despite differences, he's your best friend, but you're not his.
Well, it's sad when you say it like that.
You often worry about being alone.
I worry about hurting. Being alone comes with a dull ache, doesn't it?
It can.
Thực sự là mất mạng. Nó thật sự là unbelievable. Chắc là có hả? Đây chắc là bệnh viện nhưng mà nó không thể tin được là ta xem phim nó còn mất mạng đấy.
Better that it's just the two of us.
Well?
Dad,
Yes.
there's someone else here.
Well? Well? I have a 24-hour cancellation policy.
What time is it?
Nearly 9 o'clock.
I'm sorry.
No apology necessary.
I'm asleep. Was I sleepwalking?
Your eyes were open, but you were not present.
Em mua Giang không bản quyền à? Cái này mới.
Felt as if I was asleep. I need to stop sleeping altogether. Best way to avoid bad dreams.
Well, I can see why you have bad dreams.
What do you see, Doctor?
Sum up the Ripper in so many words.
Choose them wisely.
Oh, I always do. Words are living things. They have personality, point of view, agenda.
They're pack hunters.
Displaying one's enemy after death has its appeal in many cultures.
These aren't the Ripper's enemies. These are pests he's swatted.
The reward for their cruelty.
He doesn't have a problem with cruelty. The reward is for undignified behavior. These dissections are to disgrace them. It's a public shaming.
takes their organs away because in his mind they don't deserve them.
In some way.
Who's this?
It's Jack Crawford's trainee. He's not like the other victims. The Ripper had no reason to humiliate Miriam Lass.
Seems to me he was humiliating someone.
He was humiliating Jack.
Did it work?
I'd say it worked really well.
I've been looking for the kill truck, a van or SUV, but it was a whole lot easier than that.
What am I looking at here?
One of the hotel security cameras.
Kill truck?
It's a private ambulance,
The city works with dozens of private ambulance companies.
including this one, but not as a first responder. A first responder driving away from the emergency.
Have a seat.
Ambulance would be a smart place to perform surgery. The cops show up, blend in, and drive away.
Where's Will Graham? Will, there you are. And Dr. Lecter, what a surprise. We have a lead. Would you care to help us catch the Ripper?
How could I refuse?
That ambulance isn't in rotation. Hasn't even been out of the shed.
Surveillance footage says it has been.
Well, nobody's signed her out. My road chief's got her down for repairs.
Who signed her in for repairs?
Devin Silvestri is one of our part-time drivers.
Does he want to be a doctor?
He's taking the MCAS.
What?
He's there this morning.
He's there this morning. Well, is Mr. Silvestri working today?
He's not on a schedule.
Is there GPS on that ambulance?
Mm-hmm.
Encrypted messaging or remote tracking?
We can't afford that kind of hardware. We use consumer grade.
Digital trunk systems.
Yeah.
Jack,
Yeah.
if the ambulance radio is on, I can use the DF sweep to find it.
Good. This is very educational.
Show me your hands.
I can't.
Show me your hands.
He'll die.
Dr. Lecter! Need you to assess the situation here, Doctor.
He was removing his kidney. Poorly. I can stop the bleeding.
Do it. You got it?
I've got it.
Mr. Silvestri, put your hands behind your head. Exit the vehicle slowly. Do it. On the ground, on your knees.
Tí9.com, nền tảng trò chơi thú vị nhất cho mọi khách hàng. Tiếp nhận 9.
I have a butcher who carries sow's blood. Centrifugate, separate the matter from the water, creates a transparent liquid. Serve the tomatoes in suspension and everybody will love the sweet taste. You sure you can't stay?
I don't think I would be good company.
I disagree. But before you go, what became of Mr. Silvestri's donor?
You saved his life.
Been a long time since I used a scalpel on anything but a pencil.
I just stopped being a surgeon.
I killed someone. Or more accurately, I couldn't save someone, but it felt like killing them.
You're an emergency room surgeon. It has to happen from time to time.
It happened one time too many. I transferred my passion for anatomy into the culinary arts. I fixed minds instead of bodies, and no one's died as a result of my therapy.
I have to go. I have a date with the Chesapeake Ripper.
Oh, is that Ripper's?
Devin Silvestri was harvesting organs, but not with the Ripper. There's no connection between them.
Jack must be devastated.
I imagine he is. Enjoy the wine.
Thank you. Before we begin, you must all be warned. Nothing here is vegetarian. Bon appetit.
Previously on Hannibal.
You entered into the Devil's Bargain with Jack Crawford.
You know what looking at this does?
Am I your psychiatrist, or are we simply having conversations?
I don't want to get in the middle of you and Jack.
I like you as a buffer.
Graham likes you.
Because I want to be his friend, and I am.
Oh, seems a shame not to take advantage.
This is my friend Tobias.
You mean?
I hate being this neurotic.
If you weren't Neil Russell Franklin, you would be something much worse.
Whatever the Ripper was doing, it worked.
These strings are harder to bow than the regular ones.
You have to learn how to bow authentic strings. It's better to bow strings how they're made today.
I should learn to play the easier strings first, then the harder ones.
No, you shouldn't.
Are they really made from cat guts?
Not always.
That's better. Good.
It wasn't a coyote. The coyotes probably got it. Probably got it even if it was a coyote.
You're not expecting to find it alive, are you?
Be lucky to find a paw.
So you invited me over to help you collect animal parts?
I invited you over on the off chance we do find it alive. It's hard for me to wrangle a wounded animal by myself. Did you think it was a date?
Honestly, it never crossed my mind.
Oh. Why not?
You just don't seem like you date.
Oh. Too broken to date?
You're not broken.
What's your excuse?
For not dating. Why are you assuming I don't date?
Do you?
No. Seems like something for somebody else. I'm sure I'll become that somebody someday, but right now I think too much.
So, what are you going to do? You going to try to think less, or are you just going to wait till it happens naturally?
I haven't thought about it. Are you seeing anything?
No, actually. I'm not even seeing any tracks.
I mean, except for the ones we made.
Good morning. Please, come in.
I have a lot of respect for you. Since we can't be friends, or you're not comfortable with that, I found myself looking at my friends through your eyes, imagining what your diagnosis might be.
So you become a psychoanalyst?
I become you.
Who are you psychoanalyzing?
My friend Tobias. I Googled psychopaths, went down the checklist, and I was a little surprised to see how many boxes I had checked.
Why were you so curious to Google?
He's been saying very dark things, and then saying, just kidding, a lot. It started to seem kind of crazy.
Psychopaths are not crazy. They're fully aware of what they do and the consequences of those actions.
Would you diagnose someone like Tobias as a psychopath? Or, are you supposed to diagnose other people in front of me? Would you rather just talk about me?
Not at all.
Are you bored with me?
No. This is your hour, Franklin. We will talk about whatever you would like to talk about.
I'd like to talk about Tobias. Perhaps you can help me analyze him.
I'm not analyzing your friend. I'm analyzing your perception of him. May help you know yourself better. You could be projecting onto him what you consider to be your flaws.
Does that mean that I'm a psychopath?
You're not a psychopath. Although you may be attracted to them.
Victim is Douglas Wilson, member of the Baltimore Metropolitan Orchestra, brass section, trombone player. He was killed shortly after his last performance. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head.
His killer brought him here to put on a show.
So is it me, or is it becoming easier for you to look?
I tell myself it's purely an intellectual exercise.
Well, in the narrow view of forensics, that's exactly what it is.
It's not any easier, Jack. Shake it off. Keep on looking.
Good. You shake it off. Get to work. We'll come back in when you're ready for us.
I open his throat from the outside to access the trachea and expose the vocal cords. I open his throat from the inside using the neck of a cello. Outer on the wound, rosin from the bow. I wanted to play him. I wanted to create sound.
Đang xem phần 1 nhé. Hôm qua mình xem dở tập 6, đang là tập 8.
Y9.pro, nền tảng trò chơi. Tìm hiểu cho lần càng nhiều. Đăng ký ngay Y9.pro, nhận 150k miễn phí.
This is my design.
I worry that I've made Franklin feel powerless. He wants to be my friend. His obsession with me is interfering with his progress. I'm considering referring him to another doctor.
Referrals can be complicated. I referred you to another psychiatrist.
I'm more tenacious than Franklin.
Why were you so tenacious?
I feel protective of you. You support me as a colleague and psychiatrist and as a human being. I want to be supportive of you after what happened.
I'm not the only psychiatrist who's ever been attacked by a patient.
I hesitated to even bring up the subject of an obsessive patient because of your traumatic experience.
Hannibal. I'm your psychiatrist. You're not mine.
Played him like a fiddle.
Along with rosin powder, we found sodium carbonate, sulfur dioxide, lye, and olive oil in the wounds.
What is the deal with the olive oil? It wasn't making salad. You removed anything non-muscular or fatty from around the vocal folds. The cords themselves were treated with a sulfur dioxide solution.
The sulfur dioxide had the effect of hardening the vocal cords.
Made them easier to play. To open you up to get a decent sound out of you.
Oh! Ow, stop!
You pick it up and can't play it, he'll put you down and play you.
He took the time to whiten the vocal cords before playing them.
It's not about whitening them, it was about increasing elasticity.
He treated the vocal cords the same way you treat catgut surgery. Yes, I played the violin.
This takes a steady hand. My confidence. He's killed before.
Like this?
No, not like this. This is a skilled musician trying a new instrument.
Among the first musical instruments were flutes,
Mà bên lỗi à?
carved from
Cái này là
human
tiền đâu đúng không ạ?
This murder was a performance.
Every life is a piece of music.
Không phải.
Like music, we are finite events, unique arrangements. Sometimes harmonious, sometimes dissonant.
Sometimes not worth hearing again.
He's a poet and a psychopath.
And a craftsman. He was shrinking and tanning the vocal cords.
Like turning iron wire into musical steel string. Was there olive oil?
Yes.
Whatever sound he was trying to produce, it was an authentic one. Olive oil hasn't been used in the production of catgut for over a century. They're set to increase the life of the strings and create a sweeter, more melodic sound.
Mình nhớ là chuyển tiền chỉ có BIDV mất phí thôi mà.
Hear what he was playing behind my eyes when I closed them.
Từ BIDV chuyển cùng ngân hàng vẫn mất phí như thường. Không biết là giờ nó còn thế nữa không?
I see myself.
Mà B thì mình chả dùng bao giờ.
You said the killer was performing.
Ở trước mình dùng BIDV xong mình đổi sang Viettin là mình dùng mãi Viettin chứ mình không đổi sang ngân hàng.
Fellow musician or another
Cách
killer?
mà hồi xưa ngân hàng nào chuyển mất phí nhưng mà cùng ngân hàng thì không bao giờ mất. Kiểu con BIDV nó vẫn thu tiền chuyển cùng ngân hàng ạ, chả hiểu cái gì.
And you believe
Ăn
you
đến mức
risked
đấy
getting
là cùng.
caught for a serenade?
I believe he wants to show someone how well he plays.
You remember when I said Tobias was saying very dark things?
I made note of it.
Well, he said that he wanted to cut someone's throat and play it like a violin. They found somebody whose throat was cut and played like a violin.
So you think Tobias killed that man at the symphony?
I don't know. If I do I have to report it?
Do you have a reason not to?
What if I'm wrong?
What if you're right?
I'm always wrong. I don't know. Why would he say something like that to me?
What do you think?
Because he knows I'd tell you.
You're Franklin's therapist, Dr. Lecter. Nice to see you again.
Is it Tobias?
Yes.
Your strings are all gut.
I also carry steel and polymer strings, if you prefer.
I prefer gut. Harps strung with gut still make music after 2,000 years.
I didn't hear you ring the bell.
I didn't want you to stop playing. Was it an original composition?
It's something I've been writing. You compose?
I discover. Can't impose traditional composition on an instrument that's inherently freeform.
What instrument would that be?
The theremin. It can generate any pitch throughout its range, even those between conventional notes.
And so can a violin or a trombone.
Seems we're both comfortable playing between conventional notes. I hear the symphony is looking for a new trombonist.
Altogether horrible what happened.
Not altogether. It's an unfortunate way to leave the symphony, yes, but I can't help thinking the orchestra will be better for it.
At least the brass section. What brings you here looking for God?
My harpsichord needs new strings. It's making an awful noise. Perhaps you could help.
What kind of animal was it?
It might have been a raccoon.
Might have been.
By the time I knocked a hole in the chimney, it climbed out the top.
Well, at least it got out.
What are you doing out?
I thought I'd come over, make some noise, shoo away any predators at your door. Looks like you're making plenty of noise all by yourself.
You avoided being in a room alone with me, essentially, since I met you. I mean, you were smooth about it.
Evidently not smooth enough.
And now you're making house calls.
Just to drive by on my way home? Since you're not my patient.
No. I'm not.
I'm confused.
You have to stop thinking so much.
I can stop the thinking if we're not. But if we're
intimate,
the way that I am in relationships. Not that this isn't a relationship, it's just a kiss. A great kiss. The way that I am isn't compatible with the way
the way I am.
I wouldn't be good for you. You wouldn't be good for me, and I wouldn't be able to stop analyzing because I have this professional curiosity about you.
I am not your patient.
If I were my patient, my advice to me would be don't do this. I have to follow my own advice. I'm gonna go ahead and go now. Good night, Will.
Wine. A late harvest Vidal from Linden.
Virginia. I thought it was French.
The Virginian wine revolution is upon us. I apologize for being so blunt, Tobias, but I have to ask. Did you kill that trombonist?
Do you really have to ask?
No. Just changing the subject.
Franklin gave you my message.
The murder is being investigated by the FBI. They're going to find you.
Let them.
You want to get caught?
I want them to try. They may investigate me because I own a string shop. They'll send men to investigate and I'll kill them. Then I'll find Franklin and kill him. Then I would disappear.
Don't kill Franklin.
I've been looking forward to it. Actually, I was going to kill you.
Of course you weren't. I'm lean. Lean animals yield the toughest cut. What stopped you from wanting to kill me? Or have you stopped?
I stopped after I followed you one night out of town to a lonely road, to a bus yard.
You're reckless, Tobias.
I'm not going to tell anyone what I saw you do and do well. So my recklessness doesn't concern you?
It concerns me because you won't be drawing attention just to yourself.
I could use a friend. Someone who can understand me. Who thinks like I do and can see the world and the people in it the way I do.
I know exactly how you feel. But I don't want to be your friend.
Then why did you invite me here for dinner?
It wasn't just to restring your harpsichord. I was going to kill you. I didn't poison you, Tobias. I wouldn't do that to the food.
Expecting someone?
No.
I kissed Alana Bloom. Well,
come in.
You have a guest?
Colleague, you just missed him.
Didn't finish his dinner.
An urgent call of some sort. Had to leave suddenly. This benefits you, because I have to serve for two. Tell me, what was Alana's reaction?
She said she wouldn't be good for me, and I wouldn't be good for her.
I don't disagree. She would feel an obligation to her field of study to observe you, and you would resent her for it.
I know.
Wondering then why you kissed him. And felt compelled to drive an hour in the snow to tell me about it.
Oh, I wanted to kiss her since I met her. She's very kissable.
Yeah. You waited a long time, which suggests you were kissing her for a reason, in addition to wanting to.
I heard an animal trapped in my chimney. Broke through the wall to get it out. Didn't find anything inside. Lana showed up. She looked at me. Maybe her face changed. I don't know. She knew.
What did you know, man?
There was no animal in the chimney. It was only in my head. Sleepwalk. I get headaches. I am hearing things. I feel unstable.
That's why you kissed her. A clutch for balance. You said yourself, what you do is not good for you.
Fortunately, I am good for it.
Are you still hearing this killer's serenade behind your eyes?
It's our song.
I hesitate telling you this as it borders on a violation of doctor-patient confidentiality. A patient told me today he suspects a friend of his may be involved with the murder at the symphony.
What did he say about his friend?
He owns a music store in Baltimore, specializing in string instruments. Perhaps you should interview him. For the first time in a long while, I see a possibility of friendship.
Is there someone new in your life?
I met a man, much like myself, same hobbies, same worldviews. But I'm not interested in being his friend. I'm curious about him. And that got me curious about friendship.
Whose friendship are you considering?
Oddly enough, a colleague and a patient. Not unlike how I'm a colleague and a patient of yours. We've discussed him before.
Will Graham.
He's nothing like me. We see the world in different ways, yet he can assume my point of view.
By profiling the criminally insane.
As good a demonstration as any. I find it reassuring.
It's nice when someone sees us, Hannibal. Or has the ability to see us. It requires trust. Trust is difficult for you.
You've helped me to better understand what I want in a friendship, and what I don't.
Someone worthy of your friendship.
Yes.
You spend a lot of time building walls, Hannibal. It's natural to want to see if someone is clever enough to climb over them.
JSB suite number 1.
Okay. Special Agent Will Graham. You the owner?
Yes, Tobias Budge. I'm just showing one of my students out. Can I have a moment?
Sure.
Adagio for Saturday. What can I help you with?
We're investigating the death of Douglas Wilson. He was
Trombonist.
That's right. Did you know?
I was aware of him. Baltimore is a small town, and the cultural arts community is an even smaller one.
That's why we're here, Mr. Budge.
I hear someone cut his throat and tried to play it with a bow.
You say tried.
The strings have to be treated. You can't just open somebody up and draw a bow across their innards and expect to produce a sound.
The vocal cords were chemically treated, similar to how catgut string is treated. We kept those details out of the press.
I'm looking for someone who knows how to manufacture gut strings.
Anybody leap to mind?
Mine were imported from Italy. Best catgut is. The string section of the Baltimore Metropolitan Orchestra refuses to play anything else.
More authentic.
A richer, darker sound. Allows music to say what words can't. Something wrong?
Did you hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
Excuse me a minute.
Sorry about that. Officers? Officers?
ERT, Cordiform Strings, downtown Baltimore. Officer down.
I can count on two hands the number of times I've been dumped by a psychiatrist.
I'm sorry, Franklin, but I think you should see another doctor.
You're giving me a referral?
Yes, I am.
You were a referral!
I'm also part of the problem. You focus too much on your therapist, and not enough on your therapy.
You lost respect for me because I wouldn't report Tobias, didn't you?
Report Tobias for what?
Tobias?
I came to say goodbye, Franklin.
What do you mean, goodbye? Oh my God. Oh my God, is that your blood?
I just killed 2 men. The police came to question me about the murder.
Okay. You have to give yourself up right now. This plane is going down. Let it have a controlled descent. We can get you back up in the air again. There's rehabilitation for everyone.
Franklin, I want you to leave now.
Stay right you are, Franklin.
You've done a horrible thing. And I know that you wish to God that you didn't, but you did. And there's nothing you can do to change that. Only thing you can change is your future. Right? No? You're probably scared. You probably feel like you're all alone.
I'm not alone.
That's right, you're not alone. Nothing has happened in our relationship that you and I can't do.
I was looking forward to that.
That saves you the trouble.
Có bình tĩnh.
I was worried you were dead.
Tobias Budge killed 2 Baltimore police officers. Nearly killed an FBI special agent. And after all of that, his first stop is here, at your office.
He came to kill my patient.
Your patient, is that who Budge was serenading?
I don't know. Franklin knew more than he was telling me. He told Mr. Budge that he didn't have to kill anymore.
T9.pro đơn giản là chấm dứt.
And then he broke Franklin's neck, and then he attacked me.
You killed him.
Could Franklin have been involved in whatever Budge was doing?
I thought this was a simple matter of poor choice and friends.
This doesn't feel simple to me.
I feel like I've dragged you into my world.
I got here on my own. But I appreciate the company. I'm going to start seeing patients again. It's strange. Thinking about going back to daily practice.
Well, it's good you stepped away. Even if it was only for a few days.
Patients will sit where Franklin died. I will sit where I almost died and I will offer therapy. It's easy to understand why you retired after you were attacked. Will you ever feel comfortable returning to psychiatric work?
This is psychiatric work.
One patient isn't a practice. I can't help feeling responsible for what happened to Franklin.
Every person has an intrinsic responsibility for their own life, Hannibal. No one else can take on that responsibility. Not even you.
Did you take responsibility when you were attacked by your patient?
Yes. But I don't take responsibility for his death.
Nor should you. Previously on Hannibal.
So is it me, or is it becoming easier for you to look?
I can make myself look, but the thinking is shutting down.
The way that I am isn't compatible with the way
I am. Do you know where you are, Mr. Grant? My sister was impaled on a severed stag head. Cut down the middle.
I can help you. We can hide the body.
Abigail Hobbs may be the only person who knows the truth.
You can't ask her right now, Jack. I want to go home.
World's sickest jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, but where are the corners?
What?
My mom always said, start a jigsaw with the corners.
The heads of the corners, I guess?
We got too many corners. 7 graves, way too many heads.
The headpiece appears to be the only recent victim. The others are years, even decades old. And we know that 7 of the bodies were buried out here.
Whoever dug them up knew exactly where they were buried.
I guess it wasn't enough for him to kill them once. He had to come back and defile his victims.
These graves weren't desecrated, Jack. They were exposed.
Okay, everybody, let's go. Let's clear the scene.
I planned this moment, this monument, with precision. Collected all my raw materials in advance.
I positioned the bodies carefully, according each its rightful place. Piece in the pieces disassembled. My latest victim I saved for last. I want him to watch me work. I want him to know my design. This is my resume. This is my body of work. This is my legacy.
Well, I wasn't expecting you.
I don't know how I got here.
Your car is outside, so we know you drove.
Well, I was on a beach in Grafton, West Virginia. I blinked, and then I was waking up in your waiting room, except I wasn't asleep.
Grafton, West Virginia is 3.5 hours from here. You lost time.
There's something wrong with me.
You're disassociating now. It's a desperate survival mechanism for a psyche that endures repeated abuse.
No, I'm not abused.
You have an empathy disorder. What you feel is overwhelming you.
I know.
Yet you choose to ignore it. That's the abuse I'm referring to.
Whoa. Do you want me to quit?
Well, Jack Crawford gave you a chance to quit and you didn't take it. Why?
I saved lives.
And that feels good.
Generally speaking, yeah.
What about your life?
Huh?
I'm your friend, Will. I don't care about the lives you save. I care about your life. And your life is separating from reality.
I'm sleepwalking. I'm experiencing hallucinations. Maybe I should get a brain scan.
Will, stop looking in the wrong corner for an answer to this. You were at the crime scene when you disassociated. Tell me about it.
It was a totem pole of bodies.
In some cultures, crimes and guilt are made manifest so that everyone can see them and see their shame.
No, this isn't shame. This is celebration. He's marking his achievements.
When faced with this killer's achievements, your mind needed to escape, and you lost time.
Yes.
I'm worried about you, Will. You empathize so completely with the killers Jack Corvin has your mind wrapped around that you lose yourself to them. What if you lose time and hurt yourself? Or someone else? I don't want you to wake up and see a totem of your own making.
Every day I wake up and I hear my dad's voice. Like he was kneeling next to my bed. He whispers what he told me. He told me he killed girls. Again and again. So he wouldn't have to kill me. I wish he was still alive so I could ask him, what did I make him feel? What was so wrong with me that he wanted to kill?
He should have. He should have killed you. So he wouldn't have killed me.
So he wouldn't have killed me.
So he wouldn't have killed me. So he wouldn't have killed me. So he wouldn't have killed me. So he wouldn't have killed me.
He should have killed you. So that you wouldn't have killed me.
Tiếng chính.pro, nền tảng trò chơi ưu việt nhất cho mọi khách hàng. Hàng cạn lắm.
Hey.
I'm sorry about yesterday.
Sorry about what?
I wasn't feeling like myself.
Well, not feeling like yourself, that's kind of what you do, isn't it?
I suppose so.
Yeah. Okay.
So I seem fine to you?
Is there something you want to tell me?
No.
Well, clearly there's something that you don't want to tell me.
I guess I just got a little lost yesterday is all.
And where are you today?
What got to me? All those bodies got to me. And thought it was a little more obvious than it was.
If there's a problem, you need to tell me. Is there a problem, Will?
Everything's fine.
All right.
They sold my parents' house. Murder houses don't fetch big money in today's real estate market.
Oh, not that you'll get any of it. The families of your father's victims filed wrongful death suits.
Wrongful death?
That means that they get everything, Abigail. Every penny. What you have here is all you have.
Let them take all his money. I don't want any of it.
You can make your own money.
How much would I get if you wrote a book about me? About my dad?
Plenty.
Do you still want to tell my story?
I think you need to tell your own story, but I am the one to help you tell it. No one knows more about what your father did than I do.
Not even Will Graham?
Will Graham is part of the story you tell, Abigail, not the person to help you tell it.
He avoids me because I make him feel like my father.
Oh, feeling like your father makes him feel like a killer.
People think I helped my dad kill those girls.
Well, you can change what people think. We can change that together. Everyone will know the truth.
Okay. Let's tell my story.
How many bodies?
We got 17 in total.
Meet our freshest one, Joel Summers. 40 years old, runs a cell phone store in Knoxville, Tennessee. Or did. Been missing for 3 days.
Single stab wound to the heart. Other injuries were post-mortem. Broken bones, dislocated hips, shoulders.
He was special to him somehow. He held a place of honor.
7 bodies from unmarked graves found at the crime scene. Earth from the body parts matches the grave sites.
Blunt force trauma, stabbing, strangulations, wrongful deaths.
There are at least 8 other bodies that are recent grave robbings from all across West Virginia. No crimes attributed to any of them. Accidental deaths.
They're all murders.
Anthony Lamb, 28, fatal car wreck, 1986. Francesca Bourdain, 42, suicide, pills, 1994. Adrian Packham, 60, massive coronary, 2001. Peter McGee, 25, carbon monoxide poisoning in his home, 2006. And 7, as yet unidentified bodies buried on a beach. Every death is different, made to look like something else. No sadism, no torture. The method of these murders was less important to the killer than the simple fact that these people die. Joel Summers, killed with a single stab to the heart. Presented with great ostentation atop a display of all the previous victims. This killer's design was to remain unnoticed, a ghost. That is what excited him. Until now. Why is he coming out into the light?
Well, I don't want to interrupt if you're rehearsing.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Very moody in here.
Oh, that's me all over. Come on in. Promise I won't try to kiss you again. Unless you stop taking your own advice.
A doctor who treats herself as a fool for a patient. I regretted leaving your house the other night.
regretted? Implying that you're no longer regretting? Or are you still in a state of regret?
I'm crisscrossing the state line.
What side of the line you on now?
Got 1 foot firmly planted on both sides.
You telling me that to confuse me?
No, I'm telling you that to be honest about how I feel. I don't want to mislead you, but I don't want to lie to you either.
I won't lie if you don't.
I have feelings for you, Will. I can't just have an affair with you. It would be reckless.
Why? Why? And it is not because you have a professional curiosity about me.
No. It's because I think you're unstable. And until that changes, I can only be your friend.
Thank you for not lying.
Do you feel unstable?
I'm trying to be understated when I say that this is a bad idea.
Freddie Lounge is dangerous.
She said she wanted me to write about you guys in the book.
You would be forfeiting your privacy and ours.
All of this will change. Whatever you're feeling now, that won't last. Things change. Things are changing for me, too. I've been doing some accounting of what's important in my life and what isn't. You are important, Abigail.
Just because you killed my dad doesn't mean you get to be him.
Abigail, we've been through a traumatic event. No one more traumatized than you, Abigail, but we went through it together. What you write about all of us.
I don't need your permission.
And you don't need our approval. But I hope it would mean something.
I know what people think I did. They're wrong. Why can't I tell everybody that they're wrong?
You have nothing to apologize for.
Yet. But if you open this door, Abigail, you won't control what comes through. Are you ready for that?
The display was built in Grafton for a reason. Totem poles commemorate special events. They tell the story of a life. If Joel Summers is his finale, then this lowest body on the pole will be our killer's beginning. His first.
Fletcher Marshall, murdered in 1973, beaten to death right in Grafton. His grave was robbed 5 days ago.
No one convicted of killing him?
Not yet.
So our guy got away with it 40 years ago.
So we kept on going.
There will be a connection between Joel Summers and Fletcher Marshall.
Well, leave you in my office. Nicholas Boyle turned up in Minnesota, dead. His body was found in the woods. He was frozen. They thawed him out fairly quickly, but they said they can't tell if he died a week ago, 6 weeks ago, or the night that he disappeared.
How did he die?
Knife wound, he was gutted. I've had the body flown down here. I want Abigail Hobbs to identify it for us.
You already have a positive ID?
Not from Abigail Hobbs.
You can't put her in a room with Nick Boyle's body. She already has nightmares about him, Jack.
I'm curious about why.
You can't think that she has something to do with this.
I think Abigail Hobbs is the common denominator between her father, Marissa Shore, and Nicholas Boyle. They all go back to Abigail. My instincts tell me that Abigail has answers that we have not heard.
What are the questions, Jack?
Let's start with where she goes when she climbs the walls of the psychiatric facility. Maybe she's meeting Nicholas Boyle. None of us know what was really going on between them.
I want to go on record as saying that this is a very bad idea. Hannibal?
Jack has the look of a man with no interest in any opinion but his own.
I want you to observe on this, Alana.
If you're putting Abigail in the room with the body, I want to be there.
Sorry, Will. I am not confident with your ability to be objective about Abigail Hobbs right now. Alana.
He could do Abigail irreparable damage exposing her to this.
Perhaps she's stronger than we think.
Miss Hobbs, I want you to look at this man. Is this the same person that attacked you, Dr. Bloom, and Dr. Lecter at your home?
That's him.
Good. I just have a few other questions I'd like you to answer. Have you seen this man since the night he attacked you?
Could you cover him up?
I just need you to answer the question first, please.
No. I haven't seen him since he attacked me.
This man, Nicholas Boyle, was gutted with a hunting knife. You knew how to do that. Your father taught you.
Jack, I won't be party to this.
Then you can leave. You're here by invitation, by courtesy, Dr. Bloom. Please don't interrupt me again.
You think I did this?
Where do you go when you escape from the hospital, Abigail?
Sometimes into the city, sometimes into the woods. Sometimes just out. I go get away from this. To be alone where I can think, breathe.
Did you ever meet with Nicholas Boyle on one of your little getaways from the hospital? Did the two of you know each other before the night he attacked you? Did he know your father?
No.
And you know nothing about his death.
I know he tried to kill me. And when he was trying to kill me, all I could think was that I was gonna die in that house after all. But I didn't. I survived. Dr. Bloom and Dr. Lecter saved my life. He saved me from him.
And you haven't seen him since.
Only in my nightmares.
Are we done? I'll be just a moment, Abigail.
You believe her?
I think Abigail Hobbs is damaged. There is something she's using every ounce of that strength to keep buried, but it's not the murder of Nicholas Boyle, Jack.
What makes you so sure?
Because any reservations I have about Abigail don't extend to Hannibal. He has no reason to lie about any of this.
can be a comfort to see the broken, bloated corpse of a monster. I know it can never come back.
Nick Boyle wasn't a monster.
Were you?
I sometimes feel like one.
Is that why you uncovered his body? Would this be a chapter in your book, Abigail?
No. Neither would killing Nick or you helping me hide the body.
There's always an addendum.
FBI already asked their questions. I answered them. I passed.
With Jack Crawford's attention.
You're right. I opened the door. I can't control what comes through it, but this time I could control when. I'm not afraid of them finding Nicholas Boyle anymore. He's been found.
You betrayed my trust. You jeopardized my life as well as your own. I deserve more than that. I need to trust you, Abigail. What if I can't?
Joel Summers, the headpiece of our totem pole, was adopted after his parents died. Guess who Dad was?
Fletcher Marshall. Joel Summers is Joel Marshall.
We did a DNA comparison between Fletcher Marshall and Joel Summers. No match.
So Marshall's son wasn't his son?
Mom, Eleanor, was killed in a car accident 4 years after Fletcher was killed.
Genuine car accident?
If she was murdered, she would have been on the totem pole.
Well, unless he loved her too much to disgrace her that way.
Was anyone ever convicted for Marshall's murder?
There was a man named Lawrence Wells who was questioned twice in 1973. Never charged, still lives in Grafton.
Fletcher Marshall was a crime of passion. It had something that none of the other murders had.
Motive.
It's open. Come in. I'm unarmed.
So you were expecting us?
I had faith you'd find me.
And why's that, Mr. Wells?
Because I let you. That last one was... Let's just say it's a good thing it was the last one. I don't have the fight in me anymore.
Are you confessing to the murder of Joel Summers?
And Fletcher Marshall. And 15 others. I assume you've counted them up by now.
So you killed Joel Summers just so he'd be caught?
Not just. I killed Joel Summers because he was never meant to be.
What reason did you have to kill the others?
I had every reason to kill the others. They just had no reason to die. They never saw me coming unless I wanted them to see me coming. I could wave at a lady and smile, chew the fat with her in church, knowing I killed her husband. There is something beautiful about that ball of silence at a funeral. All those people around you, knowing that you made it happen.
You know, there's something beautiful about knowing that you'll spend the rest of your life in prison.
Do I look wealthy to you? Prison is going to be a luxury next to the kind of retirement home I can afford. And I certainly won't be forgotten there. I'm securing my legacy.
Well, that's one way to be remembered. No children to tell your story. Did Joel Summers remember his father?
Not anymore.
Did you have an affair with Eleanor Marshall before you murdered her? From your silence, I'm going to take that as a yes.
He was your son, Joel Summers.
What?
You thought the woman you loved was having Fletcher Marshall's baby when she should have been having yours, but you got it the wrong way around. Eleanor chose to raise him as Fletcher Marshall's child rather than yours. So maybe she saw what's in your heart.
You didn't secure your legacy, Mr. Wells. You murdered it.
In fact, your one act as a father was to destroy your son.
Killing somebody, it feels that bad. I'm worried about nightmares.
We'll help you with the nightmares. Hello, Will.
Abigail Hobbs killed Nick Boyle.
Yes, I know.
Tell me why you know?
I helped her dispose of the body.
Evidently not well enough.
Have you told Jack Crawford?
No.
Why not?
Because I was hoping it wasn't true.
Well, now you know the truth.
Do I?
Everything you know about that night is true, except the end. Nicholas Boyle attacked us. Abigail's only crime was to defend herself, and I lied about it.
Why?
You know why. Because Jack Crawford would hang her for what her father's done. And the world would burn Abigail in his place. That would be the story. That would be what Freddie Lounge writes. Abigail is no more a killer than you are for shooting her father, or I am for the death of Tobias Butch.
It isn't our place to decide.
If not ours, then whose? Who knows Abigail better than you and I? Or the burden she bears? We are her fathers now. We have to serve her better than Garrett Jacob Hobbs. If you go to Jack, then you murder Abigail's future. Do I need to call my lawyer, Will? We can tell no one. What we are doing here is the right thing. In time, this will be the only story any of us cares to tell. I feel terrible, Miss Lowndes. Never entered my head you might be a vegetarian. A lapse on my behalf.
Research always delivers benefits.
If it contradicts a good story, hell, publish it anyway.
Are you still angry I called you insane? The libel laws are clear, Mr. Graham.
Insinuation is such a gray area.
Insane isn't really black or white, is it? We're all pathological in our own ways.
No, you choose the version of the truth that suits you best and pursue it pathologically.
Everyone decides their own versions of the truth. I'm here because I want to tell Abigail's version of the truth.
See that you do.
I don't have anything to hide.
Everyone has something to hide. But I won't tell anything you don't want me to.
You must understand our concerns. We care about Abigail. Our only thought is to protect her.
She's already exposed. Her silence until now has been taken as guilt. This book is about her innocence. I want Abigail to have a future.
That's what we all want.
Well, we all want what's best for Abigail.
This is possibly the finest salad I've ever eaten in my life. Shame to ruin it with all that meat.
Will knows, doesn't he?
He knows you killed Nicholas Boyle, yes?
What am I gonna do?
You will keep our secret.
You don't know that.
He will keep it because otherwise the one good thing in his life is tainted. And he will lie to Jack Crawford about you, just as he has lied to himself. You're free, Abigail. No one will know what you did. And no one will know the truth you are trying to avoid. The one you cannot admit, even to yourself. I can't hear you.
I helped him. I knew what my father was. I knew what he did. I knew.
Tí9.ro, nền tảng trò chơi ưu việt nhất cho mọi khách.
I was the one who met the girls, talked to them, laughed and joked, found out where they lived, where they were going, where they'd be alone.
Mình vừa đã bắt đĩa.
Girls that look just
Hết bắt đĩa để hết đũa để cho khách rồi nên là tao phải đập bắt đĩa.
my friends. I couldn't say no to him. I knew. I knew it was them or me.
I wondered when you would tell me.
Oh, Foster.
No. I know what monsters are. You're a victim. And Will and I, we're going to protect you.
Mind if I sit? Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks. I hate traveling by myself.
I love it.
Where are you going?
Home for the weekend.
Oh, how about you?
Previously on Hannibal.
Abigail Hobbs killed Nick Boyle.
We can tell no one. I'm worried about you, Will. You empathize so completely with the killers Jack Corvin has your mind wrapped around that you lose yourself to them.
Maybe I should get a brain scan.
Do you feel unstable?
Is there a problem, Will? You lost time.
There's something wrong in there.
I'm your friend, Will. I don't care about the life you save. I care about your life. Your life is separating from reality.
Như phim ma.
I can feel my nerves clicking like roller coaster cogs, pulling up to the inevitable long plunge.
Quick sounds quickly ended.
Abigail Hobbs ended Nicholas Boyle like a burst balloon. She took a life.
You've taken a life.
Yeah, so have you.
You're grieving well. Not for the life you have taken, but for the life that was taken from you. If Abigail could have started over, left the horror of her father behind, so could have you. You could untangle yourself from the madness and the murder.
We lied for her.
We both know the unreality of taking a life. Of people who die when we have no other choice. We know in those moments, they're not flesh, but light and air and color.
Isn't that what it is to be alive?
Do you feel alive, Will?
I feel like I'm fading.
Have you experienced any further loss of time or hallucinations? I'd like you to draw a clock face. Numbered. Small hand indicating the hour, large hand the minute.
Why?
An exercise. I want you to focus on the present moment, the now. Often as you can, think of where you are. And when. Think of who you are.
7:16 p.m. Baltimore, Maryland. My name is Will Graham.
A simple reminder. A handle to reality for you to hold on to. And know you're alive.
Well,
What happened in there?
I got confused.
I've seen you confused and I've seen you upset, but I've never seen you afraid like this.
I'm an old hand at fear. I can manage this one. I just got disoriented. I can go back in.
I saw the look on your face when you came out of that room. Now, what did you experience in there that's got you mute all of a sudden?
I can see and hear better afraid. I just can't speak as concisely.
Will, you contaminated the crime scene. You've never done that before.
Thought I was responsible for it.
What are you saying? You thought that you killed that woman in there?
You know, sometimes with what I do...
What you do is you take all of the evidence available at a crime scene. You extrapolate. You reconstruct the thinking of a killer. You don't think of yourself as the killer.
I got lost in the reconstruction. Just for a second, just a blink.
I know you don't like to be the cause for concern, but I am officially concerned about you.
Officially?
Yes, that's right.
Tiếng chính .ro, nền tảng trò chơi.
I thought the reason you had me seeing Dr. Lecter and not an FBI psychiatrist is so my mental well-being stays unofficial.
I just want to be careful with you. We don't want to break you here. Is that what's happening? Have I broken you?
Do you have anyone that does this better unbroken than I do broken?
Fear makes you rude, Will.
Her name was Beth LeBeau. She drowned on her own blood.
What she didn't drown on is all over the floor and under the bed. She was trying to hide from him.
I dragged her there. He was waiting under the bed for her.
Fought to claw her way out.
He knew her. Someone who cared about her, or thought he did.
He cared too much.
So we're looking for boyfriends, ex-boyfriends, co-workers, guy who bags the groceries.
I've got a clean set of prints on the knife handle. I assume they're yours.
Sorry.
There's other dermal tissue, presumably from the killers. The skin is so diseased or damaged, didn't leave any useful prints.
Victim scratched her killer deep enough to pile tissue under the fingernails, but never drew blood.
Why didn't he bleed?
After he cut up the victim's face, looks like he was trying to pull her skin back.
Like he was removing a mask. I still have the coppery smell of blood on my hands. I can't remember seeing the crime scene before I saw myself killing her.
Those memories sank out of sight, yet you're aware of their absence.
There's a grandiosity to the violence that I imagined that feels more real than what I know is true.
What do you know to be true?
I know I didn't kill her. I couldn't have, but I remember cutting into her. I remember watching her die.
You must overcome these delusions that are disguising your reality. What kind of savage delusions does this killer have?
It wasn't savage, it was lonely. It was desperate, sad. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and I looked right through me, past me, as if I was just a stranger.
You have to honestly confront your limitations with what you do and how it affects you.
If by limitations you mean the difference between sanity and insanity, I don't accept that.
What do you accept?
I know what kind of crazy I am, and this isn't that kind of crazy. This could be seizures. This could be a tumor. A blood clot.
I can recommend a neurologist. But if it isn't physiological, then you have to accept what you're struggling with. It's mental illness.
You're in very good hands. Dr. Lecter here is one of the sanest men I know.
I would agree. Dr. Sutcliffe and I were residents together at Hopkins.
Another life ago. Back when you weren't afraid to get your hands a little dirty.
I was always drawn to how the mind works. I found it much more dynamic than how the brain works.
The projected image is more interesting than the projector, until, of course, the projector breaks down. So, Will, these headaches, when did they begin in earnest?
2 to 3 months ago.
About the time Will went back into the field, which is when I met him.
And the hallucinations?
I can't really say when they started. I just slowly became aware that I might not be dreaming.
It's encephalitis.
That's your pre-diagnosis?
Yes.
Based on?
I can smell it.
So your sense of smell has gone from calling out a nurse's perfume to diagnosing autoimmune disease.
He started sleepwalking and I noticed a very specific scent.
And what exactly does encephalitis smell like?
It has heat, a fevered sweetness.
If you suspected, why didn't you say something?
To be sure. Symptoms began slowly and gradually worsened. And yesterday, I asked him to draw a clock. This is what he drew.
Oh, spatial neglect. Headaches, disorientation, hallucinations, altered consciousness. It's all the telltale signs.
It is so rare to be able to study the psychological effect of this type of malady on a person's mind.
It's more rare still to be able to study the neurological effects.
A doctor has to weigh the ultimate benefit of scientific study. Even in these terms, we know so little about the brain. There are great discoveries to be made.
Right side of his brain is completely inflamed. It's anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis. The symptoms are only going to get worse.
I know. It's unfortunate for Will.
What do you smell on me?
Opportunity.
We didn't find anything abnormal. No vascular malformations, no tumors, no swelling or bleeding, no evidence of stroke. Nothing. There's nothing wrong with you neurologically.
So what I'm experiencing is psychological.
Well, brain scans can't diagnose mental disorders. They can only rule out medical illnesses like a tumor, which can have similar symptoms. Look, we'll run some more tests, more blood samples, but I imagine they'll prove to be just as inconclusive.
You knew from the moment you walked into his classroom that you were putting Will in a potentially destructive environment.
I had 8 college girls dead in Minnesota. Will caught their killer for me.
He also caught that killer's disease. He can't stop thinking about what it is to take a life.
Well, I'd rather he go a little mad than other innocents lose their lives, and I think he would feel the same way.
Will is an innocent.
Yes, he is. I mean, Will is genuine. He'll survive anything I can put him through. He will always fight his way back to himself.
So far. He saw a neurologist today. They found nothing wrong with him. He was very upset by that.
You're saying he wanted something to be wrong?
I think he wanted an answer that wasn't mental illness.
You think he's mentally ill?
The problem Will has is too many mirror neurons. Our heads are filled with them when we are children, supposed to help us socialize and then melt away. But Will held on to his, which makes knowing who he is a challenge. When you take him to a crime scene, Jack, the very air has screams smeared on it. In those places, he doesn't just reflect. He absorbs.
It's 10:36. I'm in Greenwood, Delaware. My name is Will Graham.
It's 1:17 a.m. We're in Greenwood, Delaware. And my name is Will Graham. And you're alive. If you can hear me, you're alive!
Why did you call me? Why not Jack? Why not the police?
Called you because I'm not entirely sure what I saw was real.
Then let's prove it.
I grabbed her arm, and an entire layer of dead skin separated from the underlying tissue, like she was wearing a glove.
That's why she doesn't bleed.
Right? There's no circulation. There's nothing alive in the tissue to bind it.
What did you do with it?
I don't know.
You can't remember? Could be a staphylococcal infection, that or leprosy.
Her eyes were discolored. She was malnourished, jaundiced. Her liver was shutting down. She was deranged.
So she mutilated a woman's face because she thought it was a mask.
She can't see faces. If she did kill Beth LeBeau, she might not even know she did it.
Then why did she come back?
To convince herself she didn't.
Is that why you came back?
If I wasn't clear on that issue, I know I didn't kill Beth LeBeau. I just want to know who did.
Me too. You're the subject of a lot of speculation at the Bureau.
Oh yeah, what are they speculating?
That Jack pushed you right up to the edge, and now you're pushing yourself over.
occasionally identify with that. That said, I feel relatively sane. It's 7:05 p.m. I'm in Baltimore, Maryland. My name is Will Graham.
Thank you for humoring me.
I feel like I'm seeing a ghost.
Regarding this killer yourself?
Both?
Well, she's real. You know she's real. There's evidence. When you found her, your sanity did not leave you.
Time did.
You lost time again. I spoke to Dr. Sutcliffe. We briefly discussed the particulars of your visit. Would you like to discuss them with me?
There are no particulars. He didn't find anything wrong.
Then we keep looking for answers. Perhaps you would permit me to run some tests of my own.
You wouldn't publish anything about me, would you, Dr. Lecter?
If there were ever anything that might be of therapeutic value to others, I'd abstract it in a form that would be totally unrecognizable.
Just do me a favor and publish it posthumously.
After your death or mine?
Whichever comes first.
Have you considered Cotard syndrome? It's a rare delusional disorder in which a person believes he or she is dead.
You talking about the killer or me?
The killer, of course.
Well, of course. She couldn't see the victim's face, or she was trying to uncover it.
The inability to identify others is associated with Cotard's. There's a misfiring in the areas of the brain which recognize faces, and also in the amygdala, which adds emotion to those recognitions. Even those closest to her would seem like imposters.
So she reached out to someone she loved, someone she trusted. She felt betrayed, became violent.
She can't trust anything or anyone she once knew to be trustworthy. Her mental illness won't let her.
We matched tissue samples from the crime scene to your daughter's medical records.
I was almost relieved when I got that phone call. I thought that you had found her and she was, would be at peace.
You thought she might be dead.
Well, that makes me sound like a horrible mother. I tried to be a good mom. I tried to do everything that I could. I just don't want her to be in pain.
No one's doubting your dedication to your daughter, Mrs. Manchin.
How well did she know Beth LeBeau?
They were best friends. They went to school together until it was unsafe for Georgia to go to school.
When did you first recognize that your daughter was struggling with mental illness?
When she was 9, and she told me that she was thinking about killing me and said that she was already dead.
What sort of symptoms did she have?
She had seizures, hallucinations, psychotic depression. I was grateful when she was catatonic.
Was she ever violent?
Sometimes.
What did her doctor say?
Not much. She spent months at a time in the hospital. Blood tests and brain scans, and all of them inconclusive. They could never tell me what was wrong.
You still don't know.
They would just say it was this or it was that. You know, they're just always guessing. And I did my own research. I wrote down every word that the doctors said, the different terminology. Learned a lot. But mostly what I learned is how little is actually known about mental illness. All I know, it's rarely about finding solutions. It's just more about managing expectations.
Managing your expectations.
Changing my expectations. You know, when Miriam last died, I had to come back here to this office to pack up. But that got to be too overwhelming. I thought I should just leave, seeing as how I had gotten a trainee killed. That lack of leadership on my part, that was my responsibility.
You didn't kill Miriam last, the Chesapeake Ripper did.
It didn't feel that way to me. I pulled her out of a classroom, like I pulled you out of a classroom.
She was a student. I'm a teacher.
I'm still just as responsible for you as I was for her.
I'll take my own responsibility.
Well, not for me, you won't. We can do it together. I broke the rules with Miriam. I encouraged her to break the rules. I am breaking the rules with you now.
By letting an unstable agent do field work?
Special agent. That means you represent the FBI. You still represent me.
Have I misrepresented you, Jack?
No. But you have me curious. Why are you still here when the both of us know that this is bad for you?
Do you want me to quit?
No. No, you had an opportunity to quit. You didn't take it. Why not? Let me tell you what I think. I think that the work you do here has created a sense of stability for you. Stability is good for you, Will.
Stability requires strong foundations, Jack. My moorings are built on sand.
I'm not sand. I am bedrock. When you doubt yourself, you don't have to doubt me, too.
The jamón ibérico. Still love your little rare treats, don't you, Hannibal? More expensive and difficult they are to obtain, the better.
It's a distinction that adds an expectation of quality.
Not always.
For Iberico, only a few thousand are selected each year. But it's the pig. Once fattened and slaughtered and air-cured, really superior to any other pig. It's simply a matter of reputation preceding product.
It's irrelevant. If the meat eater thinks it's superior, then belief determines value.
A case of psychology overriding neurology.
So we know how Iberico gets his pigs. How did you get yours?
Are you referring to Will Graham?
We know you're fond of the rarefied. What makes him so rare?
Will has a remarkably vivid imagination. Beautiful. Pure empathy. Nothing he can't understand, and that terrifies him.
So you set his mind on fire.
Imagination is an interesting accelerant for a fever.
So, how far does this go? Do you put out the fire? Or do you let him burn?
Will is my friend. We will put out the fire when it's necessary.
He has asked for more tests.
Now that we have confirmed what it is, it'll be easier to hide from him.
Put these in. Be over before you know it.
Dr. Sutcliffe?
You're clean. You couldn't have done this without getting something on you, and there's nothing on you.
I don't feel clean.
The murder weapon has the same sort of diseased or damaged tissues that we found at Beth LeBeau's house.
What's this guy got to do with the other victim?
Just me.
What do you remember?
I remember coming here, going into the MRI, getting out, and finding Dr. Sutcliffe's body.
No confusion.
Well, not that I'm aware of.
Was your Dr. Sutcliffe in the habit of seeing patients after hours when he's the only one in the office?
He was very accommodating.
Georgia Madchen followed you here, and while you're ticking away in the MRI, she does this to your doctor. Why him?
She can't see faces. Maybe she thought he was me.
All right, while we're at it, why you?
I don't know. I have a habit of collecting strays. I told her, tried to tell her. The night I saw her, I tried to tell her she was alive. Maybe she heard me. Maybe that hadn't occurred to her in a while. I see you, Georgia. Think of who you are. It's midnight. You're in Wolf Trap, Virginia. Your name is Georgia Madchen. You're not alone. We are here together.
My life.
Viettinbank, nền tảng trò chơi ưu việt nhất cho mọi khách hàng. Ngay Viettinbank, nhận 150k miễn phí.
She'll recover. Risk of infection is high. She's lost most of the vital fluids, even some bone mass. She's being treated like a burn victim.
But she'll recover mentally.
She has Cotard syndrome. Almost all sufferers of this delusion recover with treatment. In extreme cases like this one, electroconvulsive therapy. I'm more concerned about Will.
Thought you'd be more concerned about your colleague, Dr. Sutcliffe.
I am grieving Dr. Sutcliffe, but Will is very much alive. He's still desperate for an explanation that can make everything right again.
I'm pretty desperate for some explanations myself. Really want to talk to this young woman when she comes to. How much do you think she'll remember?
I sincerely hope for her sake she doesn't remember much.
Cho anh ra Steam.
Dạ.
Quá anh chuyển 20 cho còn 8.000 nào tài khoản. Năm 665.
Previously on Hannibal.
You're quite the topic of conversation in the psychiatric circles.
phần
Reason you failed to capture the Chesapeake Ripper is I already had him.
I did it.
Miriam Lass is dead. The Chesapeake Ripper is making it very clear that someone is plagiarizing his work.
Is it possible you inadvertently planted the suggestion in Gideon's mind that he was the Ripper?
Psychic driving is unethical.
I have feelings for you. I can't just have an affair with you. Why? I think you're unstable. You're the subject of a lot of speculation at the Bureau. The Jack pushed you right up to the edge, and now you're pushing yourself over.
What happened in there? I saw the look on your face.
You must overcome these delusions that are disguising your reality.
It's anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis.
Now that we have confirmed what it is, it'll be easier to hide from it. Someone who already doubts their own identity can be more susceptible to manipulation. Dr. Gideon is a psychopath. Psychopaths and narcissists, they rarely doubt who they are.
Tried to appeal to his narcissism.
By convincing him he was the Chesapeake Ripper.
If only I had been more curious about the common mind.
I have no interest in understanding sheep, only eating them. Kudal, a South Indian curry. Made from sheep, of course. Bathed in a coconut coriander chili sauce.
It feels like a Last Supper.
You're not the only psychiatrist accused by a patient of making them kill. Poke around a psychopath's mind, bound to get poked back.
What would you do in my position?
Deny everything.
I thought psychic driving would have been more effective in breaking down his personality.
Psychic driving fails because its methods are too obvious. You were trying too hard, Frederick. If force is used, the subject will only surrender temporarily. Once the patient is exposed to the method of manipulation, it becomes much less effective.
When Dr. Gideon began to suspect he was being pushed.
He pushed back. The subject mustn't be aware of any influence.
So, you get to dress up and I don't? This might affect how well my testimony goes over with the judge.
Testimony speaks for itself.
Frederick, don't look so worried. I forgive you your trespasses.
What trespasses are those?
You made me kill a nurse. I take responsibility for killing my wife and her family. The nurse is your fault.
I cannot accept responsibility for your actions, Abel.
Au contraire, it's why I'm suing you. You made me think I was somebody else. And now, who knows what I'm thinking?
Dr. Gideon, you told me you were the Chesapeake Ripper.
Dr. Chilton, you told me I was the Chesapeake Ripper, and that's what I'm going to tell everyone.
See you in court.
How long you married? That long. Regarding divorce, not that you're getting one, just I can see the clock in your eyes. Word of advice, it's easier just to kill him. Kill him, kill everyone at the table. Less paperwork. Worked for me. I'm doing okay. Your wife's probably fantastic. My wife, horrible. Maybe I'm not supposed to be in a relationship. Those people like that. How do you keep those whites so clean? That's always amazes me.
just need is one hand free.
So does Abel Gideon still believe that he's a Chesapeake Ripper?
Abel Gideon is having a difference of opinion about who he is. The man who escaped from that van was not in the same state of mind when he did this.
We took a uniform, police radio, 2 9mm handguns, pepper spray, taser, and handcuffs.
Well, it's what he didn't take.
He hung the organs from the branches with the vein from the victims.
Even tied little bows with some of them.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Chesapeake Ripper would not have left you
Ý chính chấm pro miễn phí.
Organs behind. Well, if Gideon isn't Chesapeake Ripper, he's certainly trying to get his attention.
Local PD picked up a foot trail leading out of the woods. Boot soles are consistent with the ones we found at the crime scene.
How fresh are the tracks?
2-3 hours old.
Which direction they headed?
Back to Baltimore.
I suppose this is my fault, too.
You did dodge a bullet. Gideon's escape forgoes a trial and a very public humiliation for you.
And now you are hosting a private one. Next, you'd be accusing me of arranging his escape.
No one's making that accusation.
If we're tossing around the blame, Dr. Bloom, you would do your fair share. You planted the idea that I was unethically manipulating Gideon.
Well, according to Gideon, you weren't.
After you told him I was. You thought I was manipulating him? He was manipulating you.
You were pushing him.
He gave me informed consent to treat him. Said that he was grateful for my help in understanding who he is.
Did you help him understand?
He was not insane when he killed his wife. Killing her drove him insane. I did not convince him that he was a serial killer. I just reminded him of the fact.
Gideon is not the Chesapeake Ripper, although he might have thought he was under your care, Doctor.
Whether he is or he isn't doesn't really matter right now. If he thinks he is, or even if he's confused on that issue, he will kill again.
I hope he does not, for your sake. Cannot imagine how you would sleep with that on your shoulders. Cannot imagine how you would sleep with that on your shoulders.
How did you sleep when Gideon killed your nurse?
What does Gideon want?
The last thing Abel Gideon said to me is that he intends to tell everyone that he is the Chesapeake Ripper.
Our fugitive is Abel Gideon, transplant surgeon. Convicted in the first degree in the murders of his wife and her family. Institutionalized at the Baltimore State Hospital for the Criminally Insane, where he killed a nurse and claimed to be the Chesapeake Ripper. Dr. Gideon escaped this morning after killing 3 people. He is armed and dangerous. He is believed to be at large, free in the murder of his wife and her family. Institutionalized at the Baltimore State Hospital for the Criminally Insane. He is armed. He is dangerous. This morning, you are armed and you are extremely dangerous. Institutionalized at the Baltimore State Hospital for the Criminally Insane. What kind of crazy are you? Kill. You will kill again.
did you see?
A thicket of antlers. All I heard was my heart. Dim, but fast. Like footsteps fleeing into silence. I don't know how to gauge who I am anymore. I don't feel like myself. I feel like I have been gradually becoming different for a while. I just feel like somebody else.
What do you feel like?
I feel crazy.
That is what you fear most.
I fear not knowing who I am. That's what Abel Gideon's afraid of, isn't it? He's like a blind man. Somebody got inside his head and moved all the furniture around.
I imagine Abel Gideon would want to find the Chesapeake Ripper to gauge who he is. And who he isn't. Well, you have me as your gauge.
Gideon didn't leave a manifesto. We confiscated all correspondence from his outside admirers. We're going through everything now.
Good. Any secret communiques or coded messages written in bodily fluids or anything else, we'll find them.
You won't find anything. Whatever's going on with Gideon, it's in his head.
Well, there's not much left in these heads. All organ removal was done post-mortem, including the transorbital lobotomy.
It wasn't technically a lobotomy. He didn't remove any of the brain. He just scrambled them.
Went in through the top of the eye socket.
Oh, it wasn't a lobotomy.
Why remove all of the other organs from the bodies and leave them intact and just scramble the brains?
That's what they did to him.
It's what who did to him?
Dr. Chilton, every psychiatrist and PhD candidate who attempted any kind of therapy, pushed him, prodded, gave him tests, told him who he was, who he wasn't.
All right, I want a list of every therapist, every doctor, any kind of psychiatric professional that worked with or talked to Dr. Gideon.
Alana Bloom will be on that list.
Are you my protective custody?
You heard.
I heard I get an armed escort until Gideon's apprehended.
You'll have a real FBI agent, not a
Mà bên cũng là
teacher
dịch
with
vụ chắc là
temporary
hai
badge.
Too bad. Would have been fun to cozy up with your dogs in front of a space heater.
Don't need protective custody to cozy up with my dogs. Or me, for that matter. I just need a little more, stability on my part.
You're really warm.
Yeah, I tend to run hot. Yeah, they say stress raises body temperature.
Maybe you should take an aspirin.
Way ahead of you.
They're gonna kill Gideon, aren't they?
Whatever happens to him has nothing to do with you.
Gideon can't be completely responsible for his actions if he was subjected to an outside influence.
Or like, Chilton telling him he's the Chesapeake Ripper.
Like me, telling him he's not in a state of mind to know who he is.
Well, he's gonna want somebody to tell him who he is, and I think he'll be looking for the Ripper to do that.
What do you think will happen if Gideon finds the Chesapeake Ripper?
credit for his work. The Ripper would consider that rude.
Freddie Lowndes.
My name is Paul Carruthers. I'm a psychiatrist. I read your article on Abel Gideon.
And I yours, Dr. Carruthers.
So you're aware of my work?
I found your paper on narcissistic personality disorder insightful, especially as it pertains to your opinions of Abel Gideon.
Thank you. It's very kind of you.
You calling about his escape?
Well, yeah. I'd like to collaborate on an article I'm writing for the Journal of Abnormal Psychology.
You want a writing partner?
Could we meet?
Hello? Dr. Carruthers?
Miss Lowndes, come on in. Now, you wrote in your tabular archive the Chesapeake River once removed a man's tongue and used it as a bookmark for his Bible. They call this the Columbian necktie. What do you think?
Dr. Paul Carruthers wrote an article for the Journal of Criminal Psychology in which he described Dr. Gideon as being a pathological narcissist who suffers from psychotic episodes.
Let's hope he got some satisfaction from being proved right.
I think this is about more than just getting the Chesapeake Ripper's attention.
Gideon's mind was dissected by psychiatrists, and as a surgeon, he is applying his own skill set. There's something better to do with your tongue than wag it.
That's not how he died. Drained him till his heart stopped.
Got a little on his collar. Other than that, didn't spill a drop.
That's because it's all in here. 4.5 liters all packed in ice. Please deliver to the Red Cross.
That's considerate.
He's peacocking for the Ripper.
This is like flowers and chocolate before a first date.
How is this news already?
Somebody from the Baltimore PD must have taken a picture of their phone and sold it to Tattoo Crime.
Photo was taken before the blood was put on ice. Dr. Gideon was still here.
Yes, Freddie Lowndes.
You might be working out the emergency exits, or at least considering them. Let me just tell you, there are 3. They're all terribly locked down. Now, this relationship between you and me, this can do us both some good.
I could write a good story on you. Anything you want to say.
I did enjoy the article you wrote about the poor nurse who were killed, but it didn't really seem like genuine Freddie Lowndes.
Jack Crawford told me to write it.
Of course he did.
To flush out the Chesapeake Ripper.
And flushed out he was. Why, he waved Jack Crawford's dead trainee's arm around his head, right here like a flag in this very room.
Aren't you the Chesapeake Ripper?
Miss Lowndes, I might be slightly fuzzy in this area, but there's no need to patronize me.
I'm sorry.
It's like remembering something from your childhood, and you're not sure if it's your memory or a friend's memory. And then you realize, sadly, it's just some photo in an old book.
You're waiting for the Chesapeake Ripper to come back here.
Let's hope he gets the invitation. There's one thing we know about your writing. He is an avid fan.
Dr. Carson Nahn. He's a psychiatric attending at Western General. He interviewed Dr. Gideon for the same psychopathy survey I participated in 2 years ago.
Total frenectomy. Webbing under the tongue, even the connective tissue all the way into the throat is cut free and pulled through for the desired effect.
Still no word from Dr. Jill.
He hasn't answered his phone since yesterday. Didn't show up to work today.
Gideon wants to lure the Ripper. He's going to offer up a man who disrespected both their identities.
Every detail of Dr. Carruthers' murder, as described meticulously in Freddie Lowndes' article, has been faithfully reproduced, except for one.
What's different about Carson? Why amputate his arm?
Freddie write anything about this?
Not that I know of, no.
Abel Gideon didn't kill this man. The Chesapeake Ripper did.
You said the Chesapeake Ripper would want to kill Gideon for taking credit for his work.
But Gideon isn't alone anymore, and the Ripper isn't going to risk exposure. So no, he's telling us where to catch him. Actually, he's telling you.
Me.
Where's the last place you saw a severed arm, Jack?
With experience, I have found surgeries are best performed on the local anesthetic or epidural, with the patient awake. Reminds me there's a real person here entrusting me with their life rather than a lump of meat that I'm about to reorganize. And in this instance, I would like to see the look on your face.
Please. You're not the Chesapeake Ripper.
You got inside my mind, Frederick. It's only fair I get inside your belly. This is, of course, Freddie Lowndes, who you know. She will be assisting me today, or assisting you, by manually pumping the ventilator should you stop breathing.
Oh, my God.
Real Chesapeake Ripper is a collector of surgical trophies. I'm gonna leave him a little gift. In fact, I'm gonna leave him a gift basket. It is truly amazing how many organs body can offer up before it really begins to suffer. All right, stay awake now. Come on, Frederick. I'm gonna ask you to hold a few things. What next?
I want you to wait outside.
That's probably best.
You look like hell, Will.
I feel like hell. Actually, now I feel fluid. Like I'm spilling. Must have come down with something. I hope it's not contagious.
This work that we do, it will compromise your immune system if you allow it. You gotta keep things in perspective. You gotta keep yourself in perspective.
Myself is a little hazy at the moment.
You gotta start taking better care of yourself.
Build my resistance.
You just can't take it all in. You've got to let go of as much of it as you can. You just gotta let go.
It's hard to shake off something that's already under your skin.
alive.
I need medical in here now!
I was expecting the Chesapeake Ripper. Or are you he?
Turn around, don't look at me.
You are looking a little peaky, Mr. Graham. Don't mind my saying. I may be crazy, but you look ill.
Drive.
Who is your doctor?
I'm having a hard time thinking. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I don't know what's real.
It's 7:27 p.m. You're in Baltimore, Maryland, and your name is Will Graham.
No, I don't care who I am. Just tell me if he's real.
What do you see, Will?
Garrett Jacob Hobbs. Who do you see?
I don't see anyone.
No, he's right there.
There's no one there, Will.
No, you're lying.
We're alone. You came here alone. Do you remember coming here?
Please don't lie to me.
Garrett Jacob Hobbs is dead. You killed him. You watched him die.
What's happening to me?
Will, you're having an episode. I want you to hand me the gun. Will, I want you to hand me your... Will? He's had a mild seizure.
That doesn't seem to bother you.
I said it was mild. Are you the man who claimed to be the Chesapeake Ripper?
Why do you say claimed?
Because you're not. You know you're not, and you don't know much more about who you are beyond that.
Are you the Ripper?
A terrible thing. To have your identity taken from you.
Well, I'm taking it back. One piece at a time. You should see the pieces I got out of my psychiatrist.
Alana Bloom was one of your psychiatrists, too. Is that right?
Yes, Dr. Bloom.
I can tell you where to find her. Well, can you hear me? Repeat after me. My name is Will Graham.
My name is Will Graham.
Raise both of your arms. More. More. Good. Although you may not feel like it, I need you to smile. It wasn't a stroke. You may have had a seizure. Tell me the last thing you remember.
I was with Garrett Jacob Hobbs.
You have a fever. You were hallucinating. You thought he was alive. Here, in the room with you.
I saw him.
He's a delusion disguising reality. Don't let that let you slip away. You killed Garrett Jacob Hobbs once. You can find a way to kill him again.
Where'd he gone?
Abel Gideon is still at large. He mutilated Dr. Chilton. They found him, clinging to life. I'm worried about Alana. No. Well, you're in no state to go anywhere but the hospital. I'll call Jack. Tell him where you are.
I don't know if I will ever be myself again. I don't know if I've got any self left over. Spent so long thinking I was him. It's gotten really hard to remember who I was when I wasn't him.
Who are you now?
Now I'm you. We're both here looking at her. It's those kind of people that shouldn't be in a relationship. You and I are already committed. It's hard to be with another person when you can't get out of your own head.
I want to get out.
Yeah. We all want things that we can't have. But if I kill her, like he would kill her, maybe I could understand him better. I wonder if then you would finally understand what you've become.
They will be sewing up Dr. Chilton until the morning. That is, if he makes it through the night.
At least Will remains in one piece. For now. His temperature is 105. White blood cell count is twice normal, and they still can't identify the source of his infection.
They will.
You seem confident.
I am. Even with a temperature of 105 degrees, Will was able to bring Gideon down. I told you he'll be fine.
Jack, I would recommend you suspend his license to carry firearms.
You and I are just going to have a difference of opinion about who Will is, Doctor.
I know who Will is. Will knows who he is.
Yes.
But our experiences shape us, Jack.
Tiếng chính.pro, nền tảng trò chơi ưu việt nhất cho mọi khách hàng. thưởng 29 triệu cho lần đọc đầu tiên.
Độc quyền và bí ẩn 999 tỷ.
Sức liên hữu càng lớn, thưởng càng nhiều.
Thăng cấp tài khoản, nhận thưởng tháng trọn đời.
Đăng ký ngay y9.pro, nhận 150k miễn phí.
How is this experience going to shape well? Will Graham is troubled.
And that troubles you? Beyond a professional concern for a patient?
I see his madness and I want to contain it. Like an oil spill.
Oil is valuable. What value does Will Graham's madness have for you?
You're suggesting I'm more fascinated with the madness than the man.
Oh.
He realized early on that he saw things differently than other people. Felt things differently.
So did you?
I see myself, I will.
Do you see yourself in his madness?
Madness can be a medicine for the modern world. You take it in moderation, it's beneficial.
You overdose and it can have unfortunate side effects.
Some side effects can be temporary. They can be a boost to our psychological immune systems to help fight the existential crisis of normal life.
Will Graham does not present you with problems from normal life.
No, he doesn't.
What does he present you with?
The opportunity for friendship.
He is still your patient, Hannibal. Where Will Graham is concerned, if you feel the impulse to step forward, you must force yourself to take a step back.
Just watch him lose his mind.
Sometimes all we can do is watch.
Previously on Hannibal. You think this was a copycat?
I almost feel like he's mocking her.
Your name is Georgia Mad Jim. You're not alone.
Somebody told him we were coming.
The man on the phone.
Did you recognize his voice?
How much would I get if he wrote a book about me?
Nicholas Boyle was gutted with a hunting knife. You knew how to do that.
You think I did this?
You and I are just gonna have to have a difference of opinion about who Will is, Doctor.
I'm worried about you, Will. What if you lose time and hurt yourself? Or someone else?
You look better.
Do I look alive?
You look pretty.
Must be all the oxygen. They say what's wrong with you?
Not just the fever. I'm trying to find out what else.
They won't find anything. They'll keep looking, keep taking tests, keep giving false diagnoses, bad meds, but they won't find out what's wrong. They'll just know that you're wrong. I hope you have good insurance.
I do too.
You're They're going to give me shock treatment. Electroconvulsive therapy is what it's called. Shock treatment sounds nicer.
People who have what you have can recover with shock treatment.
You know how many times I've been told I'd recover with treatment? He said I might remember what I did. But I don't want to remember.
You know what you did, Georgia.
But I don't remember it. It feels more like a horrible dream where I killed my friend.
You dream about killing anybody else?
I dream you killed that doctor. That I couldn't see your face.
Smells delicious. Silky chicken in a broth. A black-bone bird, prized in China for its medicinal value since the 7th century. Wolfberries, ginseng, ginger, red dates, and star anise.
You made me chicken soup.
Yes. The nurses tell me you've been wandering, Will.
I was awake and wandering with purpose and good intentions.
Visiting that unfortunate young woman suffering from delusions.
She's my support group.
And I hope yours. Nothing more isolating than mental illness.
The hallucinations, the loss of time, sleepwalking, could that have all just been the fever?
Fevers can be symptoms of dementia. Dementia can be a symptom of many things happening in your body or mind that can no longer be ignored, Will.
Does Jack know?
That this could be more than a fever, no. I haven't told him.
Shouldn't you?
Not until we know for certain. What we must do now is continue to support and monitor your recovery. This young woman you were visiting, how's her recovery?
I don't think she wants to recover. She's afraid to remember what she did.
Can't say I blame her.
The hospital speculates that it was a short circuit that ignited the fire.
You know, it looks well maintained. No exposed wiring.
Horrible way to die.
There was a kid in Italy who was in one of these things. A spark of static electricity from his pajamas set it off. 2 cubic yards of oxygen suddenly became 2 cubic yards of fire.
Is it possible that she set the fire herself?
She wasn't wearing her grounding bracelet. It prevents the buildup of static electricity. She took it off. Suicide by immolation?
She was facing 2 murder charges.
She wasn't suicidal, Jack. She was sick. I was here. I spoke to her.
Why did you speak to her?
Because I know how she felt.
She's a murder suspect. She tried to kill you. You're trying to be her friend. Impacts the case against her.
Well, the case against her doesn't really matter anymore, does it, Jack?
We could use the articles I wrote at the time of each of the murders as book chapter headings. The chapters themselves will be you telling your story, where you were and what you were thinking when 1 by 1 8 girls, just like you, all over Minnesota were disappearing.
What are we gonna call it?
I thought about The Last Victim, but there is already a book about serial killers called The Last Victim.
Was it a bestseller?
Absolutely. Especially after the guy who wrote it killed himself.
Just as well. Wasn't really my dad's last victim anyway, was I?
Who was?
Marissa?
Marissa sure was killed by the copycat. So was Cassie Boyle.
I still blame my dad.
Blame him for Nick Boyle's death?
I blame Nick Boyle for Nick Boyle's death. He killed Marissa. He got what was coming to him.
Nick Boyle did not kill your friend.
And who did?
Better question is, who killed Nick?
Ý chính.pro, nền tảng trò chơi dữ liệu tự lượng nạp ép. Đăng ký.
Nick Boyle was just a dumb kid who was really messed up because his sister was murdered. He wasn't a killer. I've interviewed enough killers to know one when I see one.
What gives them away?
A very specific brand of hostility. I see it every time I look at Will Graham.
He did kill my dad.
As far as I'm concerned, he killed Nick Boyle. He and Jack Crawford told everyone Nick was the copycat, and then someone murdered him for it.
You really don't think he did it?
Whoever killed Nicholas Boyle killed an innocent man. See? See?
What are you doing here?
Check myself out of the hospital.
Check yourself back in.
Fever broke.
I don't care.
Georgia Madchen didn't commit suicide, and whatever happened to her wasn't an accident.
I'm gonna have Z come down here and stick a thermometer in you, and if you've got a temperature higher than 99,
She was
then...
murdered, Jack.
By who?
By whoever killed Dr. Sutcliffe.
His blood was all over Georgia Madchen. Her DNA was all over him.
She told me there was somebody else there. She couldn't see his face.
There was somebody else there. It was Dr. Sutcliffe. She couldn't see his face because she'd cut it in half. Well, I understand. You're looking for an explanation that makes all of this okay.
No. I
Yes,
don't.
you
That
do.
is not what I want. Listen, something went wrong, and we will never know what that is. But for all of the doctors she saw, for all of the help she received, she was fighting that wrong alone.
There is nothing you could do about that.
All her adult life, this woman was misunderstood. What I can do is make sure that her death isn't misunderstood. She didn't kill herself. This wasn't an accident.
So we dismantled the oxygen chamber, see if anyone tampered with the wiring or even like a short circuit, but nothing.
So what sparked the fire?
Inconclusive, but
Not conclusively inconclusive. Found this. Thought it might have been part of the bed or monitoring equipment, but mass spectrometers said it was celluloid plastic. They don't use plastic in those things.
Right. It generates static electricity.
her hair was melted right in there, preserved like it was an amber.
Could it have been a plastic cone?
Static charge from a plastic comb in a highly oxygenated environment would be a powerful accelerant.
Anything combustible in there would combust.
You're holding the murder weapon.
Or whatever she used to kill herself.
No. Whoever killed Sutcliffe wanted to kill him. How Georgia Madchen killed her victim, but not exactly how, correct?
Georgia Madchen carved up her victim's face. Sutcliffe was nearly decapitated at the jaw. I mean,
So she went further the second time. Serial killers often do that.
She was copied. Like, whoever killed Marissa Shore and Cassie Boyle wanted to copy how Garrett Jacob Hobbs killed his victims. But not exactly how.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that Dr. Sutcliffe was killed by Garrett Jacob Hobbs's copycat?
So was Georgia Madchen. Because he thinks she saw his face.
You said Nicholas Boyle was the copycat. His blood was on one of the victims. Nicholas Boyle is dead.
Well, then he isn't the copycat.
Could this be more than just a fever? Will is connecting murders that previously had no connections.
Beyond his involvement in the investigations.
That's right.
So you're wondering if the lines are blurring or if he's onto something?
I'm wondering all sorts of things. What's Will's relationship with Abigail Hobbs right now?
You think he's protecting her?
He has been ever since he shot her father. I just don't know from what.
I can't imagine he would hide anything criminal from you. I've only ever known Will as a man striving to be his best self.
You haven't known him that long. We both know him well enough to know he hasn't been himself.
He needs our support, whether or not mental illness is involved.
Mental illness? Is it really mental illness, Doctor, or is it just that his mind works so differently from most people's that we don't know what else to call it?
There are days when even Will doesn't understand his own thinking.
Dr. Demoyer, I'm Special Agent Jack Crawford with the FBI. I'd like to talk with you about a patient of yours.
Do you have a court order?
Well, I'd rather not get one if I don't have to.
So it's not an official inquiry?
Not yet. I'd hate to damage anyone's reputation unnecessarily.
Whose reputation would that be?
I suspect that Dr. Hannibal Lecter may be withholding pertinent information involving a murder investigation. No, thank you.
So he hasn't confided in the FBI. You're hoping he's confided in his psychiatrist, and I'll tell you.
Yes, ma'am. It's not that I think Dr. Lecter's dangerous. I don't. I am concerned about a relationship he has with one of his patients, a man named Will Graham.
Without consent or court order, I'd be in breach of confidentiality.
That's correct. So if we can't discuss Dr. Lecter, perhaps we can discuss you. You were attacked by a patient not too long ago. I read the report. I know that there was a statement given by Dr. Lecter.
The patient who attacked me was a former patient of Dr. Lecter.
And he was referred to you by Dr. Lecter?
Yes.
This patient almost killed you.
He swallowed his tongue while he was attacking me. It's the only thing that saved my life.
Thank God for small favors.
Yes, thank God.
You should know there was another attack recently in Dr. Lecter's office. It involved another patient, 2 dead, including the patient.
It's not bad psychology, Agent Crawford. Putting me in a position to have to defend or not to defend Dr. Lecter.
You have to admit he's had some pretty strange relationships with some of his patients.
Complicated patients are conducive to complicated relationships.
All right. How far do you think Dr. Lecter would go in his therapy to treat a patient? Specifically, Will Graham.
Hannibal refers to Will Graham more as a friend than as a patient.
How far do you think he would go to treat a friend?
Oh, he doesn't have many of them, so I imagine he'd be loyal. I know that he's concerned about Will Graham, and I know that he wants to help him.
Well, I consider Will a friend, and I'd like to help him too.
It seems to me that Will Graham would do well to have more friends like Dr. Lecter.
Will Graham theorized that the copycat killer and Garrett Jacob Hobbs are somehow connected. That he had insight into Hobbs' personal life, that they may have met, known each other, perhaps even killed together.
See, I would call that less of a theory, more of a hypothesis.
Theories require evidence.
Let's play Jeopardy, shall we? The answer is that these people were killed by the copycat who's connected to Garrett Jacob Hobbs. You tell me how.
You mean beyond the application of supposition and unexplained leaps?
Yes, that's right.
I've been yearning for a return to the fundamentals of investigation.
Right.
Where is Beverly?
Jury duty.
She's deposed in court.
Get her out of court. Then here's what we're gonna do. I want to look at train station, airport, toll road, hotel details. I want to track Garrett Jacob Hobbs using license plate capture from security footage. I want to know every phone call he made and where he made them from.
I'll see if I can get R&I to loan us a couple of clerks to help us cross-match.
Good. I also want to know every place that he went that wasn't home. I want to know how long he was there. I want to know who he was there with. And I want to know the travel time to the nearest missing girl in the Minnesota Shrike case. You got it?
Yeah, okay.
You told me that killing someone was the ugliest thing in the world.
One of them.
I finally get it. I thought there was something wrong with me because I didn't feel ugly when I killed Nick Boyle. I felt good. That's why it was so easy to lie about it.
Like you didn't do anything wrong?
I feel like you'd done something wrong. You made the copycat.
I think I can catch
An agent from the FBI came to see me. He asked me questions about your relationship with Will Graham.
Jack Crawford was here.
He had enough doubt in whatever it is you told him about your patient to feel the need to verify.
He believes Abigail Hobbs was involved in her father's crimes, and he suspects Will is protecting her.
And evidently, he suspects you are protecting Will. Are you?
Are you asking as my psychiatrist?
I'm stepping out of my role as your psychiatrist, and I'm speaking to you now as your colleague. Whatever you're doing with Will Graham, stop.
Will needs my help.
You've crossed professional lines.
By making a friend.
You cannot function as an agent of friendship for a man who is disconnected from the concept, as a man who is disconnected from the concept.
I'm protecting Will from influence. He has flaws in his intuitive beliefs about what makes him who he is. I'm trying to help him understand.
You may not be able to.
I'm not comfortable telling Will that my very best attempts to help him may fail, and that my loyalty to him and his treatment could be compromised.
Then tell him something else. Agent Crawford also asked me about my attack.
I see. What did you tell him?
Half-truths. His tongue while he was attacking me. I didn't tell him how, or why, or who was responsible.
You protect your patient from Jack Crawford, but I can't protect mine.
Not anymore. Even the very best psychiatrists have an inherent limitation to their professional abilities. You may find that difficult to accept.
You're right, it is.
You have to maintain boundaries, Hannibal.
When the pressures of my personal and professional relationships with Will grow too great, I assure you, I'll find a way to relieve them.
I'm much better now. I feel clearer. It had to be the fever. I am finally thinking clearly about the copycat.
The murders you're attributing to the copycat have suspects, whose DNA was found on the victims.
So what?
You're choosing to ignore that?
Both of those suspects are dead. I'm choosing to factor that into my psychological profile of a killer. Georgia Matchin followed me to Sutcliffe's office. She witnessed his murder. She saw the copycat.
Why not kill her then and there?
Or maybe he didn't have the time. You know, she was an unreliable witness. Just that bought him time.
So you framed her for the murder?
He wasn't planning on framing her. He was planning on framing me.
You believe this is personal?
If it wasn't before, it is now. This could be someone at the Bureau, someone in the police department, someone who knows the crimes and has access to the investigations.
Someone like you?
There will be evidence. I found a pattern, and now I'm going to reconstruct his thinking.
How do you intend to do that?
By taking Abigail back to Minnesota. Start where the copycat started, when he called Garrett Jacob Hobbs.
Will, this is venturing into the paranoid. I can't allow you to pull Abigail into your delusion.
This isn't a delusion. I'm not hallucinating. I haven't lost time. I am awake, and this is real.
We found train tickets purchased by Garrett Jacob Hobbs.
Tickets?
2
for the same train line that one of his victims was using.
Elise Nichols?
Found more instances of Hobbs crossing with victims. Dinner receipts for 2 in 2 hotel rooms near the same campuses.
We know he wasn't traveling alone.
He was traveling with his daughter?
They were both registered for the same orientation program at St. Cloud State on the Mississippi, which is where the Nichols girl was going to school.
Abigail Hobbs attended orientations at every school where a girl was abducted by the Minnesota Shrike within days of the abduction.
She was with him when he was choosing these girls.
She was the bait. She was helping him choose the girls.
The connection between the copycat killer and Garrett Jacob Hobbs might be family.
She kills Cassie Boyle to impress Dad. She kills Marissa Shore in memoriam, then she kills Nicholas Boyle to cover her tracks.
Then why kill Dr. Sutcliffe? Or the Mad Sugar?
Because she's got a taste for it now. Or she wants to impress someone new.
Hello, Agent Crawford.
Freddie Lowndes?
You look like you came here to arrest somebody. Is it Abigail Hobbs or Will Graham?
Will Graham was here?
Oh, then it was Abigail Hobbs.
Where is she?
One of the other girls said Special Agent Graham snuck her out. I don't know why he would feel the need to be sneaky. He is registered as one of her guardians. The irony.
Give us a minute here. How's the book coming?
There's plot holes.
Tell me how you're filling them in.
Did Abigail Hobbs kill Nick Boyle?
Why do you say that?
Abigail is one of those very smart girls who hasn't quite figured out that very smart girls grow up and know all the moves they're making when they're trying to hide something. What is Will Graham trying to hide?
Sorry to barge in on you, Doctor. Couldn't wait. You want to tell me what the hell is going on between Will Graham and Abigail Hobbs?
Will has been victim of many unusual and irrational thoughts.
Has he acted on these thoughts?
Not that I'm aware of. Or he's aware of, for that matter. But he has experienced periods of lost time.
Yes, I've seen him confused at crime scenes. I've seen him disoriented.
He may have been confused because he was waking up. Might not have known where he was or how he got there.
Waking up?
From a dissociated personality state. He would appear perfectly normal and not remember a thing. But a fractured part of him would.
And how long have you been aware of this?
He's only recently started to discuss these episodes.
Well, unless recently means just before I walked into your office, you failed to mention any of this to me.
Because I was trying to determine if it was trauma and stress from the work he's doing for you or mental illness. So they're wise to be sure before making any kind of claim about Will Graham's sanity.
He's taken Abigail Hobbs. You have any...
Doing for you or mental illness. So they're wise to be sure before making any kind of claim about Will Graham's sanity.
He's taken Abigail Hobbs. You have any idea where they might be going?
Này em rất mạng hay đứng á?
We have evidence that she was
Mạng anh
involved in
rớt.
her father's crimes. We just don't know how
Mạng anh
involved.
đang bị đần.
Is it possible that Will knew what Abigail was doing? Is that why he's protecting her?
There's something you should hear.
How did you feel seeing Marissa Shore impaled in his antler room? Guilty. Because you couldn't save her? Because I felt like I killed her.
Where was Will the night that Marissa Shore was killed?
He was supposed to be in his hotel room. I knocked on his door. He didn't answer.
We know he was in Dr. Sutcliffe's office the night that he was killed. And Will was the last person to visit. visit Georgia Mansion before she died.
There's something you should hear. How did you feel seeing Marissa Shore impaled in his antler room? Guilty. Because I felt like I killed her. He was supposed to be in his hotel room. I knocked on his door. He didn't answer. We know he was in Dr. Sutcliffe's office the night that he was killed. And Will was the last person to visit Georgia Mansion before she died.
This dissociative personality state you say he goes into? Whose personality is it?
He said he got so close to Garrett Jacob House and what he had done that he felt he was becoming him.
And now he has Hobbs' daughter.
Who Hobbs intended to. I'm so sorry, Jack.
You look a little pasty. Maybe you shouldn't have checked yourself out of the hospital.
I feel fine.
Would have been my mom's birthday next week. We were gonna climb Eagle Mountain to celebrate. Highest point in Minnesota, but it's not really that high. Less than 3 hours to summit. You can see Lake Superior from there.
I could take you. If you want to go.
I think it would just make me sad. Some places are stained now. Some people too. I know I am.
Copycat knew your father well enough to know about this place.
You felt like you knew my father.
I wanted to understand him. I felt like I had to understand him.
Do you ever hunt?
Fish.
It's the same thing, isn't it? One you stalk, the other you lure.
Are you more fisherman or hunter?
Dad taught me how to hunt.
That's not what I'm asking. How those wolves your dad killed? Fish? Or did you hunt Abigail?
I was the lure. Did Hannibal tell you?
No, he didn't.
He said you'd protect me, that you'd keep it a secret. There's something wrong with you. I think you're still sick.
Jack Crawford was right about you. He knew. You killed Nick Boyle. And You helped your father kill all of those girls.
No, I didn't help my dad kill anybody.
No, you lured them. You killed them. How many other people have you killed?
You think I'm the copycat? You think I killed Marissa?
If you didn't kill her, Abigail, then somebody you know did.
I think that somebody could be you. You were there. You saw Marissa. You knew about this place, and there was something wrong with you.
Sir, I'm afraid you're gonna have to leave. We're preparing the cabin for the next passengers.
I'm sorry. Where are we?
Dulles International, Virginia.
Was there a young woman traveling with me?
All the other passengers are disembarked. It's just you, sir.
Abigail?
What are you doing here?
I was so worried about you. Will told me he was taking you to Minnesota, and I strongly advised against it. Where is Will?
I left him at the cabin. I didn't feel safe with him, so I left him.
Ý chính.pro, nền tảng trò chơi cho lượng cá nhân. Đăng ký ngay ý chính.pro, nhận 150k miễn phí.
He knows everything.
So does Jack Crawford.
If I run, they'll catch me, won't they? He can't protect me anymore.
They'll arrest you when they find you, yes. And will.
Did he kill Marissa?
They will believe he did. They will believe he killed others too.
Will always said whoever called the house that morning was a serial killer. Why did you really call?
I wanted to warn your father that Will Graham was coming for him.
Why?
I was curious what would happen. I was curious what would happen when I killed Marissa. I was curious what you would do.
He wanted me to kill Nick Boyle.
I was hoping. I wanted to see how much like your father you were.
Oh my God.
Nicholas Boyle is more important for you gutting him. He changed you, Abigail. That's more important than the life he clamoured after.
How many people have you killed?
Many more than your father.
Are you going to kill me?
I'm so sorry, Abigail. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you in this life.
Là những mấy tập cuối của kịch 1. Mạng cái đách vậy. Mà mạng nó lắc thì thôi nhé.
Previously on Hannibal.
Georgia Mansion was murdered by whoever killed Dr. Sutcliffe.
Dad, it's for you.
You know, he said he got so close to Garrett Jacob House, he was becoming in.
My name is Will Graham.
You think he's mentally ill?
Whoever killed Marissa Shore and Cassie Boyle wanted to copy how Garrett Jacob Hobbs killed his victims.
And now he has Hobbs' daughter.
Who Hobbs intended to kill.
Mind if I sit?
Did Hannibal tell you?
No, he didn't.
How many people have you killed?
Many more than your father.
Are you going to kill me?
I went to Minnesota. I took Abigail. We went to Minnesota. She didn't come back with me.
Show me.
I remember going to bed last night. I must have. Maybe I got up, let the dogs out, and then
When was the last time you saw Abigail?
my feet were muddy.
Well, when was the last time you saw Abigail?
Yesterday. At her father's cabin. I had an episode. She said something was wrong with me. She was afraid of me. And she ran away.
What happened? Why was she afraid?
hallucinated that I killed her. But it wasn't real. I know it wasn't real.
Well, we have to go, Jack. You can't run from this. It will only be worse. Get rest.
What are we going to find in Minnesota, Will?
I don't know.
Go ahead and process him.
Key ring, 2 keys, house, car.
Right rear pocket of a leather wallet containing $17 cash.
Right rear pocket, leather wallet, $17.
Right front pocket, one folding knife.
Right front pocket, folding knife.
I can't do the silent treatment. I can't pretend I don't know you, and I can't pretend we both don't know what I'm finding under your nails. You called me once because you didn't trust yourself to know what was real. This blood is real, Will.
No, I know.
Do you know how it got there?
No. With any certainty, no.
Certainty comes from the evidence. I didn't want to find any evidence on you. I wanted to be certain about who you are, but you can't even be certain with yourself.
Not anymore.
If you weren't certain with yourself, you shouldn't have been here. This is the FBI.
I thought I would get better.
You always said you interpret the evidence, so do it, Will. Interpret the evidence.
According to the evidence. I killed Abigail.
We analyzed the tissue. It matched Abigail Hobbs. It was her ear. Her blood under Will's fingernails. Scratches on his arms are all defensive wounds. Like she fought back.
Shut up. Stop talking.
He won't get too close. You said you would cover him. You could see he was breaking.
Yes, I could. And I kept pushing him.
Y9.pro Đừng lấy hổ cạn lại. Đăng ký ngay Y9.pro nhận 150k miễn phí.
Because he was saving lives, Alana.
Not Abigail Hobbs's life.
You look me in the face and tell me that you couldn't see that he was breaking?
Of course I could see it. I told you not to put him out there!
Every decision I made concerning Will's mental health, I made under advisement of a respected psychiatrist who you recommended.
Hannibal had to know. He had to see something was wrong.
Not until it was too late. It's like everybody else. Hannibal said that Will was exhibiting signs of dementia.
Dementia isn't a disease. It's a symptom of disease. We have to find out what's causing it and treat it.
The concern is that there may not be anything to treat. Will had a brain scan. They found nothing.
Well, then they don't know what they're looking for. This started with Garrett Jacob Hobbs.
Maybe Will just did what Hobbs couldn't. He killed his daughter.
Abigail's blood is on all of us. So's Will's.
Flushed. You've been yelling.
Screaming is more like it.
I could use a good scream. I can feel one perched under my chin.
Let it out.
I'm afraid that if I started, I wouldn't be able to stop. I'm surprised Jack let you in here, given my romantic overtures.
Jack doesn't know about your romantic overtures. Didn't know.
Guess you dodged a bullet with me.
I don't feel like I dodged a bullet. I feel wounded. I've been in touch with animal services. I'll go pick up your dogs in a couple hours. I'll take them back home with me. And I'll take care of them until... whenever.
Whenever could be a long time from now.
I'll take care of them until then. We have to do some tests. It'll be the standard psychopathology tests.
I suppose you're going to ask me to draw a clock while you're at it.
Did Hannibal ask you to draw a clock?
Said it was an exercise to ground me in the present moment. A handle to help me hold on to reality.
Was the clock normal?
Would I be here if it wasn't?
Draw me a clock.
See, it's just a normal clock.
him isn't my problem.
It's the least of your problems.
Seems hard to find words today. Despite the overwhelming evidence, I find myself searching for ways that Abigail could still be alive.
Grieving is an individual process with a universal goal. The truest examination of the meaning of life and the meaning of its end.
I know what life means. We've existed for 100,000 years. In that time, 100 billion human lives have had beginnings and ends.
100 billion lives haven't impacted yours. But clearly, Abigail Hobbs's life has, and you seem surprised by that.
I never considered having a child. But after meeting Abigail, I understood the appeal. The opportunity to guide and support and in many ways direct her life.
You were having influence on her.
I was hoping I was.
Young people are supposed to be the lenses through which we see ourselves living beyond this life.
I think of my earliest memory and project forward to what I imagine will be my death. I never think about living beyond that span of time. Except by reputation.
Even after this loss?
More so after this loss.
Will Graham is a loss too. You might grieve him as a loss.
I haven't given up on Will.
If they do find him guilty of killing Abigail Hobbs.
When? Let's be honest.
I don't recommend you participate in any rehabilitation effort.
I was so confident in my ability to help him. To solve him.
To save him.
Saving him, I lost Abigail. It's hard to accept that I could fail them both so profoundly.
Okay, Jimmy, what do you got?
As you know, Will is a big fly fisherman, and he designs all of his own lures. Most anglers use feathers, fur, twine, bits of shell. They design each lure to catch a specific fish.
This one caught my eye. I noticed the hair color. It took me a few to accept what I was seeing. I ran a chem set to confirm the connection.
What connection?
4 of the lures are made from materials, including human remains.
And we have a DNA match for all of them.
This one is Cassie Boyle. Bits of bone fragments and pieces of lung. Marissa Shore, antler velvet, a fingernail wound with her hair. Dr. Sutcliffe, crushed teeth, soft tissue from inside his mouth bound with cartilage from his jaw.
All victims of the copycat.
And this last lure was made with hair and fiber that matches Georgia Match. And
he took trophies of all his victims. Trophies? So now Will Graham's a serial killer who takes trophies?
Something's wrong with Will physically. Neurologically, he's not a serial killer.
sick, Will.
I wasn't consistent with taking my antibiotics. The fever came back.
We're gonna move you to a secure medical ward. We're gonna get to the bottom of whatever it is that's wrong with you, and we're gonna make sure that you get whatever kind of treatment you need.
And then what? Baltimore State Hospital for the criminally insane. Have children fumbling around in my head.
This job doesn't generally lend itself to optimism, all right? But I desperately want to be optimistic about an alternative to what every fiber of the evidence is telling me you've done.
I can't confess to something I don't remember.
The question is, how much more is there that you don't remember? We found your fishing lures.
Yeah, I should hope so. They were on my desk right by the front door.
We found human remains amongst the materials that you made them from. The human remains of Cassie Boyle, Marissa Shore, Donald Sutcliffe, Georgia Madchen. Yes.
I wasn't sick when Cassie Boyle was murdered. I wasn't sick when Marissa Shore was murdered.
That's not an argument you want to be making right now. Not with me.
Because then I'd be a psychopath.
My biggest fear is that we'll learn that you knew what you were doing the whole time.
You don't have to be afraid of that, Jack. There is something you should be afraid of, though.
Yeah, what's that?
Whoever's doing this to me.
Someone's doing this to you.
They'll be close to you. Could be someone here. Working with you.
So that's it. It's a setup.
They know the cases. They know forensics. They know that I'm unstable.
Can you hear how paranoid you sound?
Or it could just be you. Then I'd be really screwed, wouldn't I?
I wanted to be the one to do this. Well, Graham, you're under arrest for murder. You have the right to remain silent. He disarmed his guard. He threw the guard and the driver from the vehicle. We found the ambulance in an alley in Dumfries. These are not the actions of an innocent man.
They're the actions of a man who's impaired. I had Will draw a clock to test for cognitive dysfunction.
That is extreme. No, this is the clock he drew for me 2 weeks ago. It's normal.
What disease progresses gradually but plateaus for lengths of time?
Well, it has periods of clarity. We've seen him lucid and aware one moment, and then the next he's not.
Could be some form of encephalitis.
Autoimmune encephalitis.
It's hard to diagnose. There are no tumors, no lesions. It wouldn't even show up in a brain scan unless you were looking for it.
Look, just tell me if he could kill 5 people and not be aware of it. This doesn't feel like dementia. This is an intelligent psychopath. Look, this killer called the Hobbs house. He warned Abigail's father.
I was with Will that entire time.
Well, did he have an opportunity to make a phone call?
Before we went to interview Gary Jacob Hobbs, he was alone in the office while I was outside loading the car with files, but that was only for a few minutes.
Dumb luck and bad bookkeeping. That's how Will said he caught Hobbs. Now, how would you say he caught him?
We were looking through the files, and it was as if Will plucked his name out of a hat, based on little more than an incomplete address.
Let me play the devil here for a moment, Doctor. This clock test. Could Will fake something like this? Would he be able to do that?
Yes.
Hello, Will. How are you feeling?
Self-aware.
You frightened Alana Bloom.
She's confused about who I am. Which I can relate to. Are you confused about who I am?
I'm not confused, I'm skeptical. Meaning I'm willing to change my mind should the evidence change.
Do you believe I killed Abigail?
I believe it's entirely possible, if not nearly indisputable, based on how you discovered her here.
If it was just Abigail, I would have believed. I would have believed that I got so far inside Hobbs's head I couldn't get out.
But it wasn't just Abigail.
I know who I am.
All sense of who you are has been distorted by your illness. You know who you are in this moment. That's not always the case, Will.
I didn't kill any of them. And somebody is making sure that no one believes me.
If we're to prove you didn't commit these murders, perhaps we should consider how you could have. And then disprove that. If you are this killer, that identity runs through these events like a thread through pearls. Cassie Ball would have been your first victim. You said her crime scene was practically gift-wrapped.
Told me everything I needed to know to catch Gary Jacob Hobbs.
You had seen one of Hobbs's victims. You knew how he killed. You may have been exploring how he killed to better understand who he was.
I wasn't in Minnesota when Cassie Boyle was murdered.
She disappeared on a Saturday. She was found on a Monday. You would have had the weekend to do your work.
I know I didn't kill her.
How do you know? What did you think when you first met Marisa Shaw? How much like Abigail she was? Same height, same weight, hair color, same age.
How could I resist?
So much like his daughter, you may have wondered why Gary Jacob Hobbs didn't kill her himself. Dr. Sutcliffe wasn't killed, how Gary Jacob Hobbs killed. He was murdered when you imagined yourself murdering a woman only days before.
How Georgia Manchin killed. She dreamt she saw me killing Sutcliffe, but she couldn't see my face. And then she was murdered.
You catch these killers by getting into their heads. But you also allow them into your own. trying to help you, Will.
Take me to Minnesota. I want to see where Abigail died.
Have you had any contact with Hannibal Lecter in the last 24 hours?
He didn't make his session this morning, and he didn't call in, which he would consider rude. Is something wrong?
I'm on my way to Minnesota. I believe that Will Graham has taken Hannibal Lecter to Minnesota.
Will thinks he's being framed for these murders. He's slipping in and out of delusion. He could kill Hannibal and not even know he's doing it.
If anyone could have helped Mr. Graham, it would have been Hannibal. In fact, he may still be trying.
Hello? Just a second. Dad? It's for you. Caller ID said it was blocked.
Hello?
Will.
Yes.
Will. We're here.
Are we gonna reenact the crime? You be my dad, you be my mom, and you be the man on the phone.
Are we going to reenact the crime?
If that would help you. It's as if Abigail was supposed to die in this kitchen.
Her throat was cut. She lost great gouts of blood. There's an unmistakable arterial spray.
They haven't found her body.
Just the one piece.
If you weren't Gary Jacob Hawks' frame of mind when you killed her, they may never find her.
Because I honored every part of her.
Perhaps you didn't come here looking for a killer.
Đấy, đang luận hay.
Every part of her.
Perhaps you didn't come here looking for a killer. Perhaps you came here to find yourself. You killed a man in this very room.
I stared at Hobbs. And the space opposite me assumed the shape of a man filled with dark and swarming flies.
Cố lên anh ơi các bạn. 12 phút nữa em phim rồi, cố lên.
At a time when other men fear their isolation, yours has become understandable to you. You're alone because you are unique.
I'm as alone as you are.
If you followed the urges you kept down for so long, cultivated them, as the inspirations they are, you would have become someone other than yourself.
I know who I am. I'm not so sure I know who you are anymore. But I am certain one of us killed Abigail.
Whoever that was killed the others. Are you a killer, Will? You. Right now, this man standing in front of me. Is this who you really are?
I am who I've always been. The scales have just fallen from my eyes. I can see you now.
What do you see?
You called here that morning. Abigail knew. You kept her secrets. Until what? Until she found out some of yours.
You said it felt good to kill Garrett Jacob Hobbs. Would it feel good to kill me now?
No, Garrett Jacob Hobbs was a murderer. Are you a murderer, Dr. Lind?
What reason would I have?
No traceable motive. Which is why you were so hard to see. You were just curious what I would do. Someone like me. Someone who thinks how I think. Wind him up. And watch him go. Apparently, Dr. Lecter, this is how I go.
Will, easy.
The right hemisphere of his brain was inflamed. They've placed him in an induced sleep and they're treating him with antiviral and steroid therapies.
Is he responding?
More or less. He's expected to make a substantial recovery.
Would you have gone to Minnesota with him if he didn't have a gun on you?
I would have wanted to. I believe I've failed to satisfy my obligation to Will. More than I care to admit.
Well, he's not your victim, Doctor.
Nor is he yours.
You know, in my time, I've seen people broken by the world. I've seen them broken in all kinds of hideous and offhanded ways, but never like this. Never like this.
No one in this room will be the same. Good evening.
Hello, Hannibal. Please come in.
Tête de veau en sauce verte.
Smells like a bonfire.
I smoked the veal on a pile of dry hay. It imparts a unique, smoldering flavor to the meat. And to the room.
This is an unexpected treat.
Thank you for indulging me.
You seemed like you needed to talk.
And since you refused invitations to my dinner table, this is the only way I could cook for you.
What's on your mind, Hannibal?
I'm going to see Will tomorrow.
As a patient or as a friend?
As a farewell. Of sorts.
Tí chính chấm cô, nền tảng trò chơi của Việt nhất cho mọi khách.
I thought Mr. Graham was finally going to be the patient who cost you your life.
It didn't cost me my life. It cost Abigail hers. Your meal is getting cold.
Controversial dish. Veal.
Those who denounce veal often cite the young age at which the animals are killed, when they are in fact older than many pigs going to slaughter.
You have to be careful, Hannibal. They're starting to see your pattern.
What pattern would that be?
You develop relationships with patients who are prone to violence. That pattern. Under scrutiny, Jack Crawford's beliefs about you might start to unravel.
Tell me, Dr. Dumoyer, have your beliefs about me begun to unravel? Hello, Will.
Hello, Dr. Lecter.
Em phần 1 sầm lò quá à. Kẻ tẻ nó mở đường cho phần 2 nó thế nhỉ? Cay thật. Phần 2 vẫn thế. Mẹ 3 phần ông mẹ phải gọi là moi từ ông bác sĩ kia ra được hẳn 3 phần. Nó đỉnh vãi à. Rồi tiểu thư, hello. Nghỉ đâu cả nhà. Nghỉ đâu. Phim phần 1 end rồi. Mai chúng ta sẽ đến với phần 2 chắc vậy. Hoặc là mai đến phần 2 hoặc là mai là cái khác. Sơ. Thôi nghỉ nhá. Bye bye. Ngủ ngon cả nhà. Bye con Ti. Yêu các em. Bye bye.